An old iPad for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can use
Done
it.
it yet.
Yeah, I have done my brother-in-law's iPad, but I'm gonna try and hack into it and see about using those. Good morning, everybody. Might as well get started. We have a number of bills today. I think 6 bills today. And just an update for your information. Representative Noble just checked, and we are now up to 63 bills assigned to us. So, yeah.
Still not more than election.
No, that's true. Right. But we're making good progress, and we'll have some busy weeks, and hopefully that week of school vacation, we'll be able to take off. So that's okay. Our first bill today is House Bill 362, granting the Department of Education rulemaking authority to require candidates to obtain passing scores on professional education. Sounds like a little bit of a familiar title. This is Representative Ladd's bill, and he's here. And this is actually Representative Ladd Day in terms of hearings.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing anything else today, so we figured we'd give him something to do. Welcome, Representative Ladd, and we are interested in hearing about HB 362.
Well, thank you very much, Representative Cordelli, Chair Cordelli, and members of the Education Policy Committee, whatever you want, administration, what you want to call it. This chair is a big chair. You can get lost in this thing, and your wings have to be that wide to move it around. I put 2 of us in it. I'm here today to introduce, I guess, reintroduce the concept that we have in front of us. This is HB 362, and apparently there was a parallel situation or a parallel universe over at Legislative Services the day that Representative Cordelli put his in and I put mine in. They're identical. And so I do not want to go through and rehearse all this for you again, but just giving you, rather than walking through that bill, because it's a very short bill, this is an area that I'm talking we as a legislature, have always been very cautious of our licensure in this state in terms of that the bar, due to what COVID or years before, anything else is going on, doesn't lessen. We still want our folks in the classrooms teaching based upon a certain standard that our State Board of Education has adopted and approved. And that's basically the concept behind this whole thing here. We do not want, as some states are now doing, they're lessening the requirements to become a licensed educator. That puts up red flags for me. I was, in my previous life, a 4th grade teacher. After I came out of the service, there was this young lieutenant that came out and said, I need to get a job. And I loved working with people. I had worked at Maine Military Academy as an instructor there and seen it all overseas. So I got in that business and I saw the professionalism of teachers in the classroom. And then following that, I got into school principalship and supervising what I saw in classes and curriculum and instruction, and stayed with that the rest of my working life, and ended up in Alaska, where I was the distinguished principal that year for the entire state. And the reason why I see this as an important bill is that we do need to maintain our standards in New Hampshire. We need to maintain New Hampshire standards and for licensure. And when I see what's being tried down in New Jersey, when I see what's being proposed in the state of Maine, our neighbors, and when I started out in the business of education, the University of Maine and the University of New Hampshire worked collaboratively together. Maine did not have a physical therapy program, yet UNH did. So we had people going back and forth where the programs were. And so, but the standards which this state has are no longer the same as what Maine's are. Ours are higher, and they deserve to be there. And that's because when you look at our achievement scores in this country, where does the state of New Hampshire really stack up in proportion? I'm not saying we're perfect. We have a long way to go in mathematics and some of those basic subject areas, but we're on top of that list. We're in the top 5 in the country. That's because we have standards. And so I'm not ready to default to some national standard or to some other state. Let's keep it New Hampshire. Let's keep the Granite State strong where we are. I can remember one day I was over at DOE and I heard this ruckus out in the hallway. I don't know if Mr. Appleby was there on that particular day. I thought Paul Leather was there as well, the deputy commissioner. And there's this young lady out there saying, why can't I get my certification? Why can't I be licensed in the state? All I want to do is teach kindergarten. Well, the license was a K-8 license. And as a school administrator, I often saw the demographic of my school going up and down, and people moved. You move where your demographic moves. You might have a combination class, or you may say, I need somebody who can teach this, and I look at your staff, and the principal makes that decision. You're now going to be a 6th grade teacher. And in my school, we had 6th grade kids, believe it or not, were in pre-algebra. Not all of them, but when we taught math in that school, everybody taught math, including the PE teacher, the music teacher, etc. This young lady, if I'd wanted to use her in some other level in that, she couldn't have done it. But she was arguing, I can't pass that praxis. Okay, then what are you going to do about it? You're going to maybe go back to NHTI and or maybe get involved with the Math Learning Communities program. So I think it's important that if you're going to have that licensure, that type of certification, then you have to meet our standards. And our standards are, we want kids coming out of high school that can get a job and career, have a pathway. Now, the one thing that I understand that this bill may need to address a little bit more, and understand Representative Cordelli has an amendment to it, which, and I don't care which one you use, 440 or this one, it doesn't make a bit of difference to me. I just want to see our state maintain where we are, our standards. When it comes to career technical education, Representative Cornell, you're very involved with that as well. We recognize that there's trades that are very, very important. Try to find a plumber, try to find an electrician. I had my wife had the stove go out the other day. It's a gas stove. You know, the oven, of course, is run by electricity and not electricity, gas. But the panel showed CF2 on it. I said, what is CF2? You know, that's where all the numbers come up, where the timer is and all this. And she's pretty good at it. I just love eating the stuff that comes out of it. And we had to find out what CF2 meant. And it meant that the motherboard behind this stove up top had to be replaced. Or it told you, you have to go to this place. And of course, they don't give you a manual. You have to get on the web to find that out. And I want folks coming out that have the ability, that are working in the trades, to be professional in that industrial area, that content area that they need. The praxis may not be the equipment to do that for the assessment. We may want to look at some other type of an assessment. That's why we're not saying praxis in this thing. We're saying assessment. So if there needs to be some more definition done through the folks over at DOE, I'm all for it. Because we need to have instructors in our CTE programs that know about plumbing, that know about the electrical part that I mentioned earlier. And if you have 30 years there, and if you're coming in from Napa and you have Napa certification in certain areas, and you have this understanding about the content and skills, concepts behind it, that's the person I want fixing my car, not the guy that's learned everything out of a book and never really practiced it. There's that little thing we call OJT, on-the-job training. If you have a lot of good experience, I'm good for it. So, but we still want to maintain those standards for the classroom teachers. And so I support DOE in their efforts to do this. This bill is brought to us by them. So I'll conclude that. You've had this spiel before, so I'm not going to go there. I want to thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Any questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Two, if I may, Mr. Chair. The first one's a comment that CF2 means buy your wife a new stove.
Yeah, I don't know if they sell them right up in Conway, that the type I was looking for, but, and they're not cheap.
That's true. The second part, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Rick, on your part about 10, 11, and 12, and talking about CTE, in 440, in the bill we had yesterday, it allowed for the basic academic skills or an industry recognized certification as the option. But in your 362, it just talked more about the waiver and it doesn't have that minimum. It sort of reduces, as I look at it, it reduces the requirement for CTE professionals, vocational instructors, by taking away any industry piece and just a waiver. So I didn't know what the thinking was there.
We have worked on the CT Advisory Council, and there's an effort there. We've looked at certification, and we made recommendations on that. And we know it's very difficult to find these people to work in our CTE programs. They're competing with industry, and obviously there's more money in the industry side of that. I'm all for maintaining a high-level focus of standards. If you were to talk to the directors of the CTE centers, I think they support that. That's a lot of this language you're seeing that's coming from DOE has come by way of Mr. Jeff Beards, who is the person who works with us. So if this is going to come out from DOE for that need for that amendment, I do support it. I support their efforts. They recognize that CTEs are not exactly the same as teaching social studies in the classroom. There's a lot of pedagogy that they have to have. I will agree on that.
Mr. Chair, clarification.
Yes, follow up.
Representative Blatt, I understand that. My concern, I understand that. My concern is, and I appreciate CTE stuff. My concern is that in your bill, we've taken out the phrase that allowed the industry recognized credential. And I think that's what we're both talking about, is that if you have an industry credential, that would be fine. But in your bill, that's gone. It just talks about the waiver.
And I see, I was leaving it more open for the rules to make that decision. Industry type credentials, they vary. And as you know, we have folks up at White Mountain Community College getting that degree in welding. And when they come out of that CTE program, they're assessed on the industry standard by a person that's a member of that association. So you might have a different standard and different way it's issued. You might be able to get it out of a Cheerios box. I don't know. But at any rate, I think that we need to make sure those standards, and I'm not the person that's equipped to make that decision. I was trying to leave it open so through the rulemaking process, which come back to Jelcar, Steve can do his job.
Thank you, Chair.
Sure. Any further questions of Representative Blatt? Seeing none.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Appleby from the department is here. Maybe we can have him come forward because I think that there were additional conversations at DOE about these bills after our hearing yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good
Thank
morning, members of the committee. Stephen Appleby, Director, Department of Education. Hope everyone is well this morning. I had proposed some wording changes to an amendment to 440 from yesterday, which is substantially similar to the bill introduced this morning. And that amendment would address several items, some of which came up here yesterday in questioning and testimony, and the other, just to be more precise, for CTE. So I have supplied a copy of that amendment, but essentially it would add the word initial in front of New Hampshire license, which would take care of Representative Woodcock's question. And so now it clearly says initial licensure, not seeking. It's seeking an initial license. So that is much clearer. I've also added language specifically exempting CTE teachers from this requirement, and then modified the language that talked about industry recognized credential, because the way that the bill, upon one of my folks came to me yesterday and said, you know, the way this reads, it could be interpreted as this. And what I mean by that is the way the original wording read, it talked about basic academic skills testing, but this bill is also talking about content testing. and it wasn't clear that a CTE teacher would be exempt from content testing the way the original language was written. So we've gone ahead and clarified that in the amendment. And also, but left in that language about basic academic skills testing and industry recognized credential, just to codify that. That is the current practice today in administrative rule, but it's not in statute. So,
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I do have an additional question. If there, you said initial licensure with regard to CTE or traditional like academic classroom settings, in the event that somebody were to pursue an additional type of CTE program, such as they were going from like an automotive to some other science and technology sort of CTE program, would you require a separate certification for them moving from one to another?
yes, so non-CT, that's a simple answer. They have chemistry, they want biology, they have to apply for another endorsement on their license. CT is a little different in that we have a CT specialty endorsement, and that tends to cover a lot of these things. So many times they wouldn't have to apply. There are instances, but it's much, much less common than it would be in the academic subject areas.
Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. So you referenced an amendment. Do we have copies of that? available?
Not yet,
Not
just got it last night. So, yeah, we can easily amend one of these bills and, maybe ITL the other. We'll take a look at getting that done next week.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Selby, thank you for being here again today, and particularly for listening to our comments yesterday and helping us with that. I'm looking at Representative Ladd's bill, 361, and I just want to make sure the part about the CTE waiver pretty much then negates in the 440 line that talked about the academic skills and the industry credential. So am I understanding you to say that's what you prefer?
Thank you for the question. I guess what we would prefer is to not conflate basic academic skills tests, assessment tests with content assessment.
Okay.
So we wanted to carve out an exemption for CTE regarding the content exams.
Okay.
And then add the language, keep the language that talked about industry recognized credential and basic academic skills and the waiver.
Okay.
Or the substitution, I should say,
Okay.
of
Mr.
an
Chair?
IRC.
Yes.
Thank you. So that's the amendment that Representative Corneli is talking about? Okay,
Yes.
thank you both.
Right. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
And, we will schedule the exec session for both bills and put the amendment onto one of these and possibly ITL the others and knock off two bills. And I'm not sure, our schedule is already in for next week, so it'd probably be the following week that we would do that. So if anyone has any other thoughts, just let us know about those two bills. So I'll conclude the hearing on House Bill 362, and we have a few minutes until our next bill, HB 90, on part-time teachers. Well, the one clock on the wall anyway says 10:45, so we'll get started with the next bill, which is HB 90, relative to the definition of part-time teachers. And Representative Ladd is back again.
Well, thank you again, Representative Cordelli and members of the committee. I'm here, first of all, I'm Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire. That's Grafton 5. And I'm here today to present House Bill 90. This is a bill relative to definition of part-time teachers. And I'd like to give a little background, just why did this bill come about? It came about last year. We had a bill which was much broader than what it is right here. You're going to look down on this and you're going to see that there's items which really define what a part-time teacher can be under this section of law. And prior to that, it was wide open. It had almost the connotation that you could take a person of this character, background, content, knowledge, and put them in the classroom and they'd be full-time. That's not where this bill is. This bill is specifically designed, and it came about during the committee of conference, which we had last year, where we came out of committee conference and all approved it. But the bill didn't have the opportunity to go forward because some of those that approved it never signed off on it. So here we are now, part-time teacher. Why? Well, we have a program we call concurrent enrollment in the state. That's where a high school student in grades 10, 11, and 12 has the opportunity, if they meet all the prerequisites, and if they're eligible, to take courses that will also give them graduation credit as well as credit in a college level course. That's what we call concurrent. That's taught by a high school teacher. Dual enrollment is where it's taught by an individual from the college, in the college system. When we have the course taught in the high school by a local teacher, they have to meet the standards. They have to meet the standards of the accrediting organization, NECHI, that accredits the school, like I'll say NHTI, the community college system. You have to meet those standards for who teaches this course. You have to have a master's. You have to have this type of material that's approved. The syllabus is approved. It has to meet that collegiate standard. That's the same material that's used in the concurrent enrollment program down in the high schools. The unfortunate thing is, we have some high schools that do not have a person teaching, for example, mathematics or a STEM subject that has a master's. And we had that occur. We have that occurring in Manchester. We have that occurring in Franklin. And both of those communities are communities that I hear in the committee that I have, and I heard many, many years here, we don't have the funding to really meet all our needs. And we have some excellent teachers that are certified, licensed, that have bachelor's degrees. But they have a wealth of years, the wisdom that's necessary, the content that's needed, the concepts that are needed to teach mathematics. So what happened in NHTI, working with Chancellor Rubenstein and those over there at NHTI, we were working out a situation where a professor or an adjunct could come from the community college system to Franklin or to Manchester and teach that course. The problem is that individual who may have a PhD in mathematics or just the master's, but years of experience teaching students to become teachers or teaching within the math department doesn't have certification issued by the DOE to teach in the high school. How do we get around that? How do we authorize that individual to come down and work in that school where the school doesn't have a master's level teacher to provide that concurrent enrollment course? Why not use these folks, which the community college system in New Hampshire is anxious and very supportive to do and willing to do that? And you have those receiving towns also willing to pay the professors coming down to do that. But they don't have certification. So what this bill does, it enables that individual coming out of the collegiate level to come down and teach that kid, those students that would really benefit from this course, to also at the same time receive concurrent enrollment. And that's important. We have students that are graduating from our high schools that have gone through this program, dual and concurrent enrollment, in 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade. And they've taken up to those 4 courses each year. Multiply that times the number of courses they could come out with a semester's worth of education that's going to prepare them with all those gen ed courses that you have to have at the collegiate level. That's a huge savings. When we calculate the savings that concurrent dual enrollment's providing the state, it's over $10 million of later costs. When we can get this student that course for $150 versus 3 times that at the community college system, or if they take it at the university, it's a whopping lot more. So the issue is I'm trying to enable our students to get a program which is going to better prepare them for their career and pathway. So looking specifically at this bill, why did we put down 20 hours? That they come down and they can teach for a maximum of 20 hours per week. You and I know that it's basically 5.5 hours of instructional time. That's stretching it in a high school. 4 courses, 4 blocks or whatever. And you look at the grade schools, the middle schools, it's the same thing. And so if you multiply times 5 hours or 5.5 times the 5 days per week, and you see that 30 hours, if we put down 30 hours, they could probably come down and teach full time. That's not what we're trying to aim to do. I'm not trying to circumvent staff that are properly certified and licensed in all those areas, and we're not trying to cut costs by doing that. No, we're trying to provide opportunity for all students here. And this is one way we can do it, especially when we're talking about those content areas. STEM and mathematics and science. This is where that college level person, the adjunct or the professor or associate professor, can come down and do this. We are not talking about coming down and teaching in a course like special education. We cannot do that. If you're receiving money through the Elementary Secondary Education Act, ESSA, or if you're in the area of special education or ELO, that by federal law does not allow us to do this. Those content areas have to be taught in conjunction with those federal dollars which are coming down, whether it's by law or federal regulation or federal code. This program is not aimed at those types of instructors. Going to the next line. Do they have to have a criminal background check? Yes, they do. We don't want anybody in a classroom with our minor students, 18 years old or younger, in a classroom with an individual. We don't want anybody in a classroom that hasn't had a criminal background check. I think we all agree on that. This all part-time bill only is applicable, if you look at Roman 3, they are employed or contracted as a full-time or adjunct faculty member by a university system in New Hampshire or the community college system in New Hampshire. That's the only place this part-time authorization can be issued. So we're talking now only 7 community colleges. We're talking about UNH, including Manchester and the law school. We're talking about Plymouth State University and Keene State College over on the river. Those are the only places where this part-time authorization can be issued. So, in the last thing, they're also bound. They're bound by the Code of Ethics and the Code of Conduct. That's written into this law. That was as a result of our discussions in committee last year. So looking at the code of ethics and the code of conduct, they are responsible to the student, they're responsible to their profession, and those that are working in the profession, they're responsible to their community, and they're responsible to the use of technology. That's the fourth title within those codes of ethics. And then you look at the codes of ethics and conduct, and you'll see the principles which are listed below, and which the code of ethics is aspirational, and then you have the other side of the code, which is more conduct oriented and actions that are taken. And they are regulated by ED rules. So I think we've got that covered very, very much, so that the part-time person is going to be accountable. They're going to have the bars not lessened. I, for one, would really appreciate it that the person who taught me geometry, and that's where I learned much of my math, but that's a subject I love, had come with the knowledge that a college professor that I met who really got it into me after I graduated from high school. That person didn't have certification, but that person was in the profession for a long time and knew his stuff. So at that, Mr. Chair, I will stop my presentation and take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Ladd, for taking my question. So I'm just wondering, in a scenario of, let's say I teach at UNH and I teach fashion design, and Bohai needs an algebra teacher for 2 periods a day. Can they hire me for that? I guess I don't see anything in here about content, so, or,
You'd be coming down, not with a fashion degree profession, to teach, pre-calculus, calculus, trig. That person that's going to be teaching that through the concurrent enrollment program is going to have to meet those standards that the accrediting organization, not necessarily what your Department of Education, State Board of Education has established, yes, but the standards of NECHI for accrediting that institution you're coming from and the department you're coming out of, they need to meet those standards that are going to be, used to, if you're going to be from, your student's going to transfer from UNH to be a Black Bear over Maine, and that's going a good direction. But I'm a Maine graduate. But I think that the things you're going to transfer have to be transferable, and they have to be measured by the same standard. That's what NECHI is all about. So no, you're coming down with the wrong credential, and your college is not going to let you do that anyways. And certainly Franklin or Manchester are not going to welcome you to come in and teach that master's level course in the content area you don't have the background in.
okay, thank you.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Ladd, for taking my question and testifying in front of us today. So I need some clarification. This is not looking to replace or displace any full-time district employees, is that correct?
That's correct.
So this is just to augment a program that's already existing to ensure that the program is successful and the students are receiving what they're signing up for.
That is also correct. What we're doing, we're supplementing that program. We know that there's school districts in the state. A wealthy district might be right beside a poverty-driven district. The wealthy district may have all kinds of AP courses. They may have all kinds of courses which are going to lead towards those degrees that they're going after. The poorer district doesn't have the personnel. Sometimes they're looking to VLAX where they can get that for that course. But isn't it always better to have a class where you can see the whites of the person's eyes just teaching you and working with you and answer your questions and your needs and address those needs? Yes, that's what this does provide. But they're coming in to supplement, enrich, and provide the opportunity to all children. And this is what the city of Franklin sees, and this is what they'd like to do. What we're trying to do is make that all possible for them. And I, as a University of New Hampshire trustee, support this program 100%, and I will continue to advocate for it on the trustee board.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I did have a question regarding enumerating the part-time hours per week in statute. Is that potentially circumnavigating board level negotiations and district level negotiations for employment?
What we're trying to do is align the need for this with, and of course, bargaining agreements are different from place to place. We're not trying to usurp, we're just trying to put in a standard which will allow this to occur. So I don't think there's any effort here. I think there's more of an effort to try and work with various associations that are anxious to see students offer that opportunity. So I don't see it as trying to circumvent. I see it as an opportunity to provide and working with. As a prior teacher myself, and as a prior supervising administrator of curriculum and instruction, our primary goal is to meet the standards and the mission of education in the state. Open up your statutory books, the annotated version. The first section you will see is where it spells out education is a shared responsibility of all the organizations and parents and school districts and the community. It's a shared responsibility. So I think we need to work together here, and I'm sure that this would be the perspective of those schools which don't have the ability to do the concurrent enrollment because they don't have a master's teacher in the area of chemistry.
Follow.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question.
You're welcome.
I do have one follow-up. Isn't it possible that a district can determine that part-time might be outside of that scope, and those negotiations are something that happen by district?
If the school board or the district decides this is out of the scope, they don't have to do this. This is the concurrent dual enrollment person coming out of the collegiate level is coming down upon invitation from the receiving district, which would be your district. So if your district decides we don't involvement with this program, fine. But there are districts out there right now, including Manchester, who would love to have this opportunity to do this. So it's, again, a local decision. If your board says, no, we don't want that, it violates the negotiated agreement, then that's it.
Representative Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my only question here is if a teacher works 20 hours per week for a public school and then 20 hours a week for a private school, would they still be exempt for the credentials?
By the private school, are you talking about a K through 12 situation?
Correct.
No,
yes.
because they have to be full-time, they have to be an adjunct or a full-time person at the university system or the community college system. So then that's going to, it's going to be the collegiate levels that authorize this to happen.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I actually have two questions, if I may. My first one says, you've talked about this as specifically addressing the issue of concurrent classes or classes that are dual enrollment. And I have a child who's currently enrolled in those as we speak and is in her final exam for one of them. I don't see in here, in your bill, specificity of language that says this is strictly for teachers who teach only those concurrent or dual enrollment classes. So, does that open this bill up so that someone who might be certified as a culinary arts instructor comes and teaches culinary arts at the high school or teaches kindergarten, for that matter, for a part-time kindergarten program? I don't see where it's specific to only teaching the concurrent dual enrollment classes where that is where you're saying that there's a need. That's my first question.
Yeah. Oh, this program is designed for the person to come down and teach the college level course. So they're not going to be coming down and doing kindergarten, because kindergarten, everything you need to learn is learned in kindergarten. So from A to Z, and it's all day long. So we're not going to send somebody to come down and be a full-time teacher in kindergarten. or a first grade or second grade or third grade. This is going to be aimed primarily at those content areas. And that's what it was designed to do, where students don't have that opportunity to receive that biology class. Or not biology, maybe it's just a high-level mathematics that's going to give them that college credit.
So,
Follow up?
so for follow-up, so partly I'm wondering whether we need to just amend this to put the specificity that it is exclusively for those dual enrollment college level classes. And my other question associated with it is where you talked about the district in Manchester saying they don't have sufficient funds to cover the costs of master's level teachers. Wouldn't it make more sense for us to increase state funding to our public school system so that they can afford to do that?
So you're not talking to the chair of the funding committee. Yeah, I hear you. First of all, on the first portion of your question there, if you see an area which you think is going to really strengthen this program and speak directly to those content areas, I'm open to any kind of recommendations to come out of the committee. Now, this is not my bill. This is a bill which is designed and was crafted kind of like on the 11th hour, the 11th day, 11th month in committee conference last year. But it came as a result of input from the Department of Education and obviously from the community college system. So yes, if you can strengthen the bill, I'd go for it. What was the second part, the part? Money, oh yeah, I didn't want to talk to money. Thank you, Representative Hall. The money is an issue this year for us all, and I don't want to get really off course there. We are working diligently at trying to address that. We recognize that there are communities which are property poor communities that cannot provide this. We have known this for years, and we have chipped away at the seams for a number of years as well. That was the whole intent behind of the right-hand side of the funding formula, where we're looking at the Extraordinary Needs Grant. Monies are in many communities right now due to increasing assessed property values and the tax rate and all changing, and I don't want to go down in too deep here, that we're watching, we're looking at that right now. That's what I spent all morning yesterday dealing with folks on. So we're trying to address that issue. We're also dealing with the issue that we know our revenues are not catching up with some of our needs. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Bailey. Representative Ladd, welcome back again. A couple questions to follow up to, and I had the question as my counterpart down here about your dialogue specifically identify concurrent or dual enrollment classes, and it's not amplified in here. I'm not suggesting that it doesn't open the door to other things, but that's your dialogue in the presentation was just that. Interesting, you said armistice. Armistice means stand still, and this is not standing still, it's moving forward. There's a wonderful little piece there. The other question I do have is if there's two pieces on the 8 letters, lines 8 and 9.
Okay, I don't have that, but you just
Okay,
give
well,
me,
I'll tell
give me
you
the
what-
Roman
tell you my
numeral you're
question.
on.
That's okay. One was, it says the employed or contracted by, and I'm wondering if it should be currently. If I was employed as a adjunct at Manchester Community College, was employed, does that mean I can do this now? Because it doesn't say that, so that's the first question. And secondly, you're implied that the community college or the university system has to allow this, because you're saying they're coming down, that they allow this for the college. There's nothing here that says that the community college or the university system has to allow this to happen. As I understand, as I read this bill, it just says if I'm employed, they are employed. It doesn't say currently, but they are employed, which may assume currently, by either one of these institutions. I have the right to come down and do that by the school board. It doesn't say I have to get permission from the university system. So if I'm teaching one adjunct night course in psychology at Manchester Community College, that means under this piece, it doesn't matter what Manchester Community College says to me because I've met their guidelines. I have the right to go down to teach at Kennett High School under this bill. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are two questions there. And the first one, can somebody who was in the community college system, no longer there, they're retired, etc. This is not past tense, it's are.
Okay.
We're talking about they have to be employed
So I mean, it's
currently.
currently.
That's how I read that,
Okay.
by the verb of being there are. The second point there, dealing with permission, and credit is issued by the community college system. And the way this program is now changed, the administration of this program is not done through DOE any longer. It's done by the community college system. The monies go directly to, and the reimbursement is done through there. In other words, we appropriate the dollars and they go to the community college system. So before somebody's going to get involved with coming down, the community college system is going to be aware that this has happened, and they have the capability of saying yay or nay as to this person's coming down. The request comes from the city of Manchester or the city of Franklin, or it could be a community, a town, to the community college system saying, we don't have somebody that has a master's degree. Do you have somebody that can? And there's going to be approval from the community college to authorize that person to come down
Well, Mr.
or
Chair?
teach.
Okay. Thank you for that. But it then goes back to the question that was generated earlier. So is it specifically, I understand that you're saying now, I just can't go down to the high school, even though I teach adjunct, I have to go through the system, apply there.
Yeah.
I understand that, or the school system has to ask, do you have any staff that could do that? But are you specifically talking about concurrent and dual enrollment classes, or are you talking about any classes?
The program we have right here is designed because you have to have a master's level program. So what this program is designed around is the concurrent dual enrollment program to
So,
get college credit at the same time you're taking this course. If we were having a person come out of SNU, for example, they don't have to come out with a master's. They can do this concurrent dual enrollment through a person with a bachelor's degree. We have a higher standard in this state with our public schools. So I hope that helps you, that addresses it.
well, I mean,
One more?
okay, I know it's just a comment. It doesn't address it, Representative Ladd, because it didn't answer the question. The question was, does the person have to be taking classes in a concurrent or dual enrollment program? If that's what if that's all this is, that's terrific.
That's exactly what this
It
is all
doesn't say
about.
that.
Well, then amend it to say that.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you for taking my question, and thank you also. So I'm curious about whether or not this also potentially puts a district and a college or university system in conflict or communication with one another about any roll-ups and benefits of who is supposed to be paying for them if this is a 20-hour per week as it's stated in statute. Like, I'm just not sure. Can you speak to
The paying of this person comes down, Franklin's willing to pay them to come down during their time. However, the university system's going to also receive that $150 for that course because it's accredited through the accrediting organization. It's authorized through them. The university system the community college system has to approve what's going on. They have to ensure that that curriculum is aligned with the standards that the community college sets. You just can't call them and say, hey, I have this course that I'd like to have you send somebody down to teach. They're going to say, I want to look at that syllabus. I want to look at that curriculum, make sure it parallels what we do at the collegiate level. If it doesn't, you're not going to get this person coming down.
One question, could this be used, this language in this bill, to address schools where there is a teacher shortage? For instance, teaching an AP math course or advanced algebra or something like that?
Oh, this is where you could have, if you're going to do the concurrent dual enrollment process, I think that'd be great. The teacher shortages, we had a committee dealing with shortage here several years back. And this is a real problem. There's areas, we know where those shortage areas are. although you can talk to Director Appleby behind me, he says we've issued more licenses in the state than ever before. And so in some areas that there's a shortage nationally, it may not be in our state, but we do know that there are certain programs that we have huge shortages in. And career technical education is crying for some of these areas. And they also offer concurrent dual enrollment at CTE centers, which is wonderful. But we do have those shortage areas. Try to find somebody that's versed in some of those sciences we want taught at the AP level. When I was an administrator up in Alaska, I couldn't keep them in my district. I had ARCO and BP. Anybody that came in with a degree in biology or geology or chemistry was just sucked right up by them, and they could triple the salary of that person just in the matter they walk in the door. And so there is a shortage. We're trying to compete, and we're trying to compete with salaries that we're paying here are far below what industry, and I recognize that. I saw it. I've felt it. Find a good chemistry teacher that's going to be willing to come in on board and start with a salary of $42,560, which is the average beginning salary at the low side. They're not going to do it.
Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Chair. So Chair Cordelli just asked if they could come and teach an AP class, and now I'm confused because I think you said, yes, they could go teach the AP class, but what if the AP class is not part of the current and dual enrollment?
It's a good question, Representative Cornell. And I think that what you ought to do is ask the department that question. It's my understanding when we designed this, it was for the concurrent dual enrollment program. We have AP courses, but the standards for AP courses, I have 2 grandkids right now that are in a school taking nothing but AP courses, but some of the folks who are teaching it are not just master's level, they're bachelor's people that are teaching some of those AP courses, and they're doing a great job. And it's not in the state, it's at St. Johnsbury Academy. And so that's a good question. You might redirect that to the department. I believe that the AP courses do not have you have to have a master's to teach. I don't believe that's the case.
Representative Woodcock?
Hey, Representative Cordell, this is sort of yours to you. Your question, as I interpret it, was opening this to all teacher shortage areas, which we dialogued for the last couple of years, as an avenue of success for teacher shortage. And I understand that, okay? And I heard Representative Ladd saying, sort of vacillating on that piece as compared to what the intent of the bill is. So if the intent of the bill, and I'm guessing an amendment, is to just specifically concurrent dual enrollment, then that's one function. But if the intent is to go where you were talking, I think, and trying to help the entire state on teacher shortage, is a whole different dialogue. And was that where you were going with that?
I was just asking the question. I'm not the sponsor or a co-sponsor.
Okay,
so,
well,
yeah.
okay. Thank you for the clarity.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. For my own, I'm curious, do VLAX programs offer concurrent or dual enrollment courses too, and would this affect that program?
I can't answer that for you. I've never had that question posed to me, and VLAX is a charter school run by the state. They're widely used. I know that they can do some high level courses like AP, but I do not know about crossing over the line into the other courses that I've been talking about. They're not the university system. They're not the community college system. And that was in my getting involved with this bill initially was trying to make that available, these types of courses that these folks are presently teaching at the college level, available to those districts which don't have the personnel that can do this. then don't meet those national standards or our state standards, I'll correct that we require to have a master's program. Yeah.
Representative Sully?
Thank you, and thank you for indulging me in one more question. I'm just wondering, hypothetically, couldn't someone who's an adjunct with this bill, an adjunct at one of like NHTI or one of the other schools, apply for a part-time position at any school based upon this to teach any course as a way for school districts to hire a part-time and avoid having to pay someone a full-time salary? with that?
Then you're getting into another domain here where they're becoming an employee of the school district. And
Right.
then they're going to have to work with the folks behind me here to get proper certification and licensure. This is just trying to get authorization to teach for those that are coming down to help out in these courses I've spoken to. So if they're going to become a part-time employee here and a part-time employee there, I think you're crossing over on the side where this particular legislation wouldn't cover that.
Is it clear that
Follow
this
up.
doesn't? Sorry, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out how this would stop that from happening, because it's not clear to me from what you've written in here.
I'm getting a little bit lost in your question here because you're talking, say, okay, a part-time person as an adjunct at the university system, but they are, working there, as is stated right here,
Which
they are employed at contract as a full-time or adjunct member. So
would you
they're
like?
not going to be part-time at the university level. They got to be full-time.
Can I clarify what I'm asking?
What-
So, say for example, I was hired by Great Bay Community College to work for them, and I'm employed by them because I'm a master's level, right, teacher. And I'm teaching all of my classes for them in the evening, for evening structure. And then the Dover School District posts a 20-hour-a-week position teaching English. So this doesn't stop me from, or teaching, I don't know, Spanish. Not that I speak Spanish, other than get me in trouble. But, does this do anything to stop? It seems like this gives Dover a way to hire me without my having any certification in that other subject area because I'm teaching full-time at the university or the community college in the evening, without my needing to have the same level of certification. So that's I'm trying to figure out how this doesn't permit that.
I'm trying to, I'd have to take your question and think a little bit more about it before I shoot off the cuff here on that. I believe that if they're going to be a full-time employee, whether it be during the day or night, they're a full-time employee. Coming over and working then part-time, if they're working nights, they'd have to do part-time during the day, maybe in the morning. It's possible they could be doing that. But to come in and be working as a part-time, they'd have to meet those conditions and those standards set by the Department of Education, the State Board of Education.
Seeing no
I
more
don't-
questions, thank you very much, Representative Ladd. We have a couple more people who would like to testify, starting with Brian Hawkins.
Thank you very much.
Just checking the clock to make sure it's still good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire. We represent, and first time before the newly minted Education Policy Committee. We represent, for those of you who don't know, we represent school staff ranging from teachers to paraprofessionals to various support roles. We also do represent some higher education as well. So I'll try to skip over some of the comments that I think have been addressed, but hopefully can address some questions. NEA New Hampshire is opposed to House Bill 90 as it's written today. We appreciate what Representative Ladd, I think, is trying to do here, but I don't think the language before you does that. And so there are alternative pathways to becoming a certified educator in a school. We've talked a little bit about those when this bill came before the Education Committee last year. I think the benefit of some of those pathways, as well as the traditional route of going through school, is the support that you receive, the classroom experience at the elementary, middle, high school level, which is very different from a college setting. And the community college system has a huge range of students in terms of their age and their experience. It's not the same as middle school. And with some of those pathways, if you're coming from another profession, there's a plan in place. How do you get the kind of supports that you need, the mentorship, so that you're adapting not only to the school, but to the climate in that school. And of course, as we've talked about before, there's the pedagogy that you learn, that you experience, and that a university system or community college faculty, they may have a talented writer that they bring in to adjunct a class, but without that sort of plan in place, this could be very difficult. Today is a very difficult time to teach, even for experienced teachers who are regularly going to professional development and regularly developing in between the times that they seek their renewal for certification, for example. That professional development, we think, is very key. That brings up another point we have concern with this bill. Unlike other pathways, like, say, for example, the one-year certification, this is not time limited. So there's no limit to, as it's written here, as to being able to be in the status of part-time teacher. So that brings up a couple of things. There's the issue around the criminal records check and how often that has to be done. On that particular topic, apologies for jumping around a little bit, but I think it does need to be checked on Roman 2 about that the candidate is seeking a criminal record check. I believe for the folks who are in a school right now, you have to have completed that check, not just seeking. I would encourage you to match up the language if I'm mistaken on that, if you decide to move forward with this. And as well as, so in addition to the questions around the time limit, criminal records check, but also just what is being done for that person. If they're going to continue to stay, work 20 hours a week, what is the support that they're going to receive to make sure that they are best able to serve students? We talked about the last bill about standards, qualifications. As I read it in here, there's nothing about any kind of assessment, testing for content area. And that whatever subject area that person may be teaching as a community college adjunct professor, that I think this was raised earlier, that's necessarily what they're coming in to do at that school. And so the bill seems to be silent on that. I don't think that was the intent, but to leave that silent, but I don't think it's something that ought to be left up to like the rulemaking process, for example. So subject area requirement that you've shown that the content as well. The code of conduct piece, I mean, the question I have about this is, one that we raised last year is how does that work for an unlicensed individual? And I think I haven't heard that articulated, how that would work. And so that's an open question that I'm posing here as you work on this bill. And then finally, just to close, we are concerned that this will appear as if the legislature is taking a step in trying to ease the educator shortage, but I don't think this is doing that. The Band-Aids can often be considered the solution when they are only maybe exacerbating the issue of what we ought to be focused on, and I think this was brought up earlier, is increasing aid to local school districts so that they can pay competitive wages for their, not only to compete with other school districts, Franklin to Portsmouth or, but also, as Representative Ladd mentioned, we have a lot of alternative certifications being issued, people changing careers. And if we're going to compete, that is going to be critical. And so for a community that cannot, struggles to raise those funds to be able to do that, this is not solving that problem. So thank you for your time. I put 2 minutes. I probably went way over that. So
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Any questions? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Mr. Hawkins, great to see you here. In your reading of this, did you see it as a concurrent dual enrollment bills?
No, I mean, I appreciate what I heard from Representative Ladd's testimony that seems to be the intent. The language just seems to be lacking there, and so.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us today. So from your understanding, what grades are the dual and concurrent enrollment program addressing? Because I heard you say something about middle school and elementary school. What grades do you understand that those programs address?
Yep. Thank you for the question. And I think that partly goes to Representative Hall's question as well, in that dual and concurrent enrollment being the high school level, this doesn't specify, because it doesn't specify either the grade levels or the dual and concurrent enrollment program, it seems to allow for, any grade, at least as it's written. So.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If this bill was reworked for the more narrow objective of dual concurrent enrollment, would you feel differently? And what questions would you have?
So I think the questions we would still have is, I mentioned the time limits. Some of the other pathways have a renewal point or a point at which, there's a reassessment here. And so I think lacking that, I would be concerned that, whoever the individual is could just sort of stay in that particular position, and through no fault of, I think the school is trying to do the right thing. They're trying to, fill positions and make sure their students are getting the offerings, but we're not doing a service to the students either if we're not paying attention to how's that educator doing? Are they getting the supports that they need? And that time, just like if you are a certified educator, you have that period where of non-renewal where if it's not working and you're not someone who ought to be in that profession, the school district has that option. And I know that's a little different from what we're talking about today, but my point in raising that is more about the ability to go and sort of reassess. Right. So thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Chairman, actually, one of the questions exactly I had is this young lady to my left. Ms. Hawkins, following up on your point, if and I think the intent of the concurrent dual enrollment is terrific, honestly. However, if a part-time employee came to a school system like this, would they still be, and this may be in various schools be different, I don't know, but how would they then be evaluated? And would they be responsive or required to do what other faculty do in terms of faculty meetings, department meetings, those things, or are they like an independent contract? I don't know if you've had any experience with that. I don't. So I don't know if you have if you may have a comment on that, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think that's a little bit of an open question. I think it could depend on a lot of things with respect to, the way the particular school is run, if they're, and as well as, there was a comment earlier brought up about displacement, so of existing positions, and I go back to sort of the Band-Aid question about, at a certain point, if there's no time limit here, you're displacing, full-time work. And so I bring that up also to your question about, would they be subject to all these things? I think it depends. I think it depends on the school. It depends on, the language of the bill. It depends on the rulemaking. So I know that might not answer your question, but I probably don't have a great answer for you. It probably depends on the school.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Vallone, I'm sorry, Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking it. And thank you for taking my question. You talked about alternative routes to get certified. And so can you just give us a couple of, two examples, we'll keep it really short, of things that people who are seeking alternative routes to certification might get that are essential to being successful at teaching at the high school level that someone coming in from a community college might not know that they need?
Yeah, I think mentorship's a great example. There's a great, I'm happy to get this to the committee, but there are, we've talked about mentorship in this committee before. There are, teachers I know who know that a particular school has a really great mentorship program, and that made a difference for them in terms of what school that they were going to, work at. And so, or they've changed jobs because of that. It wasn't just, salary. So
I think mentorship maybe is getting a little bit offline with the bill. Thank you very much. We have two more people who would like to testify.
thank you.
Representative Vallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mark Malone. I represent the town of Epping. I'm also an educator, 40 years, plus or minus, K through 12, both as a teacher, as administrator at all levels. So I look at this bill and I remember a phrase one of my colleagues used to say, said, "We hide in ambiguity. We hide in ambiguity." This is an ambiguous bill. The way I read it, and as a principal looking for people, I can hire anybody for anything. As long as they come through the university system or community college. Pick the subject, pick the level. I could have somebody come in and do 20 hours of tutoring and reading. Can do it. So my point is that and Representative Ladd spent about 30% of his conversation with you speaking about dual enrollment. Why isn't it in here? If it's that important, put it in. But even so, based on experience, Epping High School had a hard time and still has a hard time getting advanced placement teachers and getting, particularly in math and science. I can remember going through 4 biology teachers in 1 year. As an administrator, that was a nightmare. And then for advanced placement math, we got a brilliant PhD in math to come in and teach advanced placement. He talked to his feet the entire time and wrote on the board. There's no guarantee that there's going to be a match between a college level professor and the needs of a student. No conversation about whether these people can actually teach kids. And that's something that's right across in education, because the big assumption is that anybody who has content knowledge can teach. And that's crock, based on my experience. Where's that protection in the bill? So the other thing I would just say is that we have to have good people teaching kids who know how to teach. And this bill does not address that directly. And if you want to put the language in there, please do. And I'm particularly looking at adjunct, looking at full-time staff from the university system, I would feel better about. But adjunct faculty, what are the qualifications for being an adjunct faculty member at a university or in the community college system? And again, going back to what's their ability to teach K through 12 kids? I would put, if you're going to continue with this bill, it really needs some serious revision. It needs time limits, because someone who is being hired part-time year after year after year, they're not part-time anymore. And so the qualifications about being able to teach kids should come to the fore on that. So that's basically my
Thank you very much.
today.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative House? Actually, Deborah House. I'm not sure either.
And for the first time, I get to say good morning, Chairman Cordelli. This is my first time testifying in front of your committee. I am very proud to be here. My name is Deborah Howes. I am the president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire. We represent pre-K through 12 public school educators and staff, as well as university faculty, public and private, and town employees. And I'm here in opposition to this bill, especially as it is written. It does not specify the dual and concurrent enrollment. If that were in there, it might address some of our concerns about how wide-reaching it would be, but we would still have some concerns. And I will try not to repeat what has already been said, but we do have concerns about how this would affect the student's experience in the classroom. As you know, public schools are different from community colleges and universities. Public schools serve all of the students in the district, or at least the ones whose families choose to send them to public schools. And those students could have very different learning needs. Any child in a school can take any class in high school that they meet the academic prerequisites for. So that means you could have students in front of you who have specialized learning needs, who are English language learners who need support with their learning based on where they're at learning the language. You could have accelerated learners. You could have students who have behavior issues. And you've got to deal with them all as a teacher. If you are a university faculty or adjunct who have come in, to teach a class as a part-time teacher, you don't necessarily have the background to modify your lessons to meet all of those needs in front of you. If you are a certified teacher, you have learned about that in your teacher preparation course. You have practiced it in your various practicums in your student teaching, and you have been through some kind of mentorship, buddy teaching in your first few years of teaching to help you hone those skills. So you know how to deal with the students in front of you so that you can keep them motivated and on task as much as possible. Students don't get this learning time back if you don't know how to do that. So that's really the main concern I have with this from a student perspective. If you get a subject area expert who comes in who doesn't know how to handle the meeting students' need part of teaching, then it's not going to help students learn. You could have, a brilliant math teacher, as someone said, who talks to their toes. It's not going to help them. And I do also have to I have to disagree with the previous speaker who said that it's not supplanting teachers. It's already happening. If you can't hire teachers because you can't pay enough or offer them the benefits to fill those slots, and you're already taking in community college or university teachers to fill those concurrent and dual enrollment classes, then you're already supplanting existing teacher, you're filling existing positions with outside, part-time, uncertified teachers. So otherwise, there will be pressure to raise the salaries. The real answer is for this legislature to do its constitutional duty by all of Granite State students and fully fund our public schools so every single district can offer the robust public education that all of our students deserve. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and thank you for taking my question. My concern in listening to having everybody come up here with their testimony, I'm still trying to understand whether you're advocating for the staff or the children right now.
I'm advocating for both. I want the children to have a good experience in the classroom and be able to learn, but all of them should be able to have that opportunity, not just a few. So if a student has some special needs, the teacher who is in front of them has to be prepared to modify the lesson plan to meet those needs. That is part of the expectation in a public school. You're not just teaching a few or teaching the middle or teaching the best.
May I follow up?
Quickly, please.
Yes. So if you are in one of these courses, I am assuming, maybe I'm wrong, that you would be, as a student, in a position, I don't know how to put it, articulate this best, but I would think that the student would have to be qualified to be in that class to begin with. And my concern is, if I'm hearing correctly, that we have a shortage, unless I'm misunderstanding. So if we don't try to take this avenue, will the children be missing out completely?
We currently have a shortage because we are not offering essentially wages that families can live on in many communities. So yeah, you're going to ask people to choose between serving their community and keeping their family housed and fed. People do not go into, don't take a borrowed property to go into education. So that's why we have shortages in some communities.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli, and thank you. Along the same lines, I have a similar question. I'm having a hard time understanding this. If there is a teacher that passes a background check and is willing to work and is qualified to teach in that subject area, wouldn't it be better to have that teacher in the classroom than no teacher at all, and the class wouldn't be offered and the students wouldn't have the opportunity to take dual and concurrent enrollment?
So if you want to talk about it as a temporary measure, then make it temporary. Make it lapsing after 1 year while you work on actually fixing the funding, which has been ongoing for over 30.
Thank you very much. Representative Selig, quickly, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. You brought up meeting the needs of special needs children or children with learning challenges.
Yes.
Is there something that makes it so that learning challenged children would not be in dual enrollment classes for any reason? Or would a certified teacher who's been through an education program know how to honor an IEP or a 504 for those students?
A certified teacher who has been through an education program should be able to meet the needs with some assistance from a special education teacher. Perhaps maybe there might be an area where they would need a suggestion or two to help them modify a lesson plan. We're not talking about accommodations where you have to change the content of what's in the syllabus, but you're modifying either your delivery or a time element or something. But there is no reason that all special education students should be excluded from a dual enrollment or concurrent enrollment course. There's no reason an English language learner should be excluded categorically. If they can meet the academic prerequisites for getting into the class, they should be able to take the class.
Right, I think we're getting a little off topic.
We just want to make it clear in case.
Okay,
people
right,
didn't know.
thank you.
I'm sorry.
Are there any other
I'm not teaching
questions?
here.
Representative Murray, quickly, please, we're a little bit behind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to double check that I'm making sure we're understanding that I think to one of the other members' questions, a person can be twice exceptional and have needs and meet the academic requirement to be in that classroom,
Yes,
but also have needs that are required to be successful in that environment.
yes, and we didn't even touch on behaviors. Behavior management is a huge part of teaching as well, and that might be something that a university professor hasn't encountered because students who are paying tuition are more likely to be aware of focusing and keeping up with what's going on in class instead of acting out and disrupting others' learning.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Becky Wilson?
Okay, this chair sticks to the floor.
Good morning, Chairman Cordelli and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Becky Wilson from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that I think we heard when we were listening to the other testimony previously, as well as to just, I think, ask some clarification or questions that we still had, which is, one is to clarify in regards to the issues with the special education needs and the training of an adjunct or professor or employee of the community college system coming down to the high school level. Just a reminder that IDEA and special education ends when the child receives a high school diploma. Most colleges and community colleges, UNH system, et cetera, don't have to comply with special education or IDEA. That is done when students go to college. Section 504 is a bit different, but there are some adjunct professors or employees of the college system that would never potentially have had training in special education, so they really wouldn't necessarily come with any of that background. And under the way this bill is currently written, it's unclear about what kinds of training they would need to have or professional development coming down to the high school level, and sort of how that would play out for a person who is there to teach 1 or 2 AP classes at the high school level. In addition, we have some questions. Assuming this person would be an employee of the school district, even though they are part-time, it's our belief that the majority of those people, regardless of part-time or full-time at the high school, if it's just for high school, would still fall under collective bargaining agreements, and the requirements for part-time employees or employees of the school district, they would still need to meet, I believe, any of the other like mandatory trainings, things like that, that any employees or volunteers of the school district would need to be held accountable for. So I think it would just, again, when we're talking about potentially offering some sort of cleanup language for this bill or an amendment to consider sort of the impacts of collective bargaining agreements and on any employees of local public school districts, what are the mandatory trainings and other things that these people would be falling under that umbrella as well. I think, you know, the way the bill was presented by Representative Ladd, if it were really to just be for dual and concurrent enrollment, there are people potentially who would just be teaching one class at the high school level once a day for 2 hours. But I think to be really clear about all the other pieces that come with becoming a public school employee, regardless of how many hours you work there or whether you're a volunteer, et cetera. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think that closes this hearing on HB 90. Let me see if Representative Ladd is available. He is the prime sponsor of the next bill, HB 235. Okay, we will proceed and open up the hearing for House Bill 235 relative to amending the Educator Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct to include responsibility to parents. And again, Representative Ladd, thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli and members of the committee. I apologize. There's a lot going on in this joint. Yeah. Pardon me?
The joint is jumping.
Yeah. Okay, I'm here to introduce HB 351. I know you're on a short rope here. We're going beyond our time. This bill is
235.
235?
This is Code of Ethics.
Okay. Okay, 235, relative to amending the Education Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct to include responsibility to parents. This statutory language was put in place several years back when we realized once in the state there was a Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct, but there's no statutory language, so they repealed it, and then we put it back in place. And I don't know if you all have this book, but it's one where that was passed out to the committee last year. It's the Code of Ethics and the Code of Conduct. And within that, it specifies that in the Code of Ethics, which is aspirational in nature, as I mentioned in the preceding meeting, the Code of Conduct is action items that lead to conduct and possibly disciplinary action. The Code of Ethics, in terms of the aspirational and both areas, have four primary titled areas which are part of the code that we put into statute. A, responsibility to the education profession and educational professionals. So a teacher must be professional towards people you're working with and your profession. B, responsibility to students. Obviously, you're there for the primary purpose of teaching students, so you're responsible to your students. C, the third category, is responsibility to your school community. So at large, those people you're working with in the community. And D, responsible and ethical use of technology as it relates to students, schools, and other educational professionals. You know, how you use that, how you interact on that web, and all that's part of that part right there. This legislation's been handed to you because nowhere in those four areas is the word parent mentioned. I was looking through, as I was trying to clean out my file cabinets, I'm still one that uses a lot of paperwork, and I had stuff dating back to 2008, and I said, well, that's no good, I'm going like that, this is going in a circular file, etc. I did that, and then I came on this older file right here, the Code of Ethics, ethical behavior. And in it I had all that stuff, what came from Connecticut, what came from Kentucky, how we put this together. And I looked at one of the areas, which was the preamble for the NEA. And in the preamble, it reads, the educator recognizes the magnitude of the responsibility inherent in the teaching process. The desire for respect and confidence of one's colleagues. So now we're talking about the professionals, working with your professionals in your professional organization. Of students, that's one we also have in our code right here as one of our primary principles. Of parents. I look for that, and that's not in ours as a primary, one of the 4 principles. And of members of the community. So it mentions community. And initially, when we had the technology side, I can remember the task force saying, maybe this ought to be integrated in those other 3. And we, the legislature, said, no, we're not going there. We want, because where we're going with AI, where we're going with everything else nowadays, we need that as a separate area of responsibility. Because it's resulted in a lot of happenings going on in our schools today, I believe, and we'll hear about that later when we start talking about use of cell phones in schools. But I looked at that and started thinking, maybe we need to get this word parent into that one of those 4 areas. So then I looked at this code right here, and I do have an amendment. I'm going to, maybe I ought to pass that out for your consideration. It would have to be introduced by somebody within your committee. Paul, do you want to represent Terry? The initial language that you have before you was modifying item B. And it was saying responsibility to student and parent. When I looked at this booklet right here and took another look at it, I realized, ooh, maybe we put parent into the wrong principle. Maybe it belonged elsewhere. And what I'm speaking to right now, I will read to you because I know you all don't have this handbook right here. In the area where it says responsibility to the student, and when you look at those principles underneath that, you're not going to see the word parent. And what the statute that we have that's in this book right here, we, through these 4 principles, authorize the state board to develop rules in support of those 4 categorical areas. So rulemaking is the result of the rest of the language within this little handbook right here. So by putting the word parent in that category B, we're opening up the rulemaking process again. But then I looked at principle number 3, and I said, is that the place? That's responsibility and commitment to the schools. But it actually in law, it says responsibility to the school community, And underneath that principle, it communicates with parents and guardians in respectful manner, which represents students' best interests, commits to equality, equity, and inclusion of colleagues, staff, students, parents, or guardians, and other members of the school community, respects diversity amongst colleagues, staff, students, parents, or guardians, and other members of the school community. So underneath that principle 3, parents are mentioned several times. So then the thinking is, perhaps what I've done is introduce the bill and put the word parent in the wrong principle. And so what I'm offering you right now is changing it from B to C and saying responsibility to parents, guardians, and the community. Therefore, parents being up there in that primary topical area are supported by the language without having to change that language internally within this. All we're doing is just adding parent and guardian to category C. I know you're in a hurry here, so I'm not going to belabor this any farther. That's what the intent of this bill is, to get the word parents into the code of ethics as a primary responsibility area. Parents are involved in your schools. I know it was a big deal in my community when we had parent-teacher conferences and we scheduled those in the schools. And teachers looked forward to that because we could get 89 to 95% attendance out of a school that had approximately 500 kids. We could do it. And we aimed to do it. And parents and our teachers knew that working collaboratively with the parent is how we're going to improve education. That's why we have things like PTA, Parent-Teacher Association, parent-teacher clubs, parent-teacher organizations, PTOs. it's important that we recognize, and I think by recognize in this code of ethics that parents or guardians need to be there. So that's it, and thank you very much, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Ladd, for taking my question. Is it your intent to just insert the language then in the title of the current Code of Ethics, or is your intent to instigate a review of the whole booklet
No.
by doing this?
Well, we should be looking at that periodically. And back in, I'm looking for the date here. February 9, 2022, I was asked to write a letter to the Commissioner of Education. And we'd been discussing this. And you'll notice that in the Code of Conduct, there are 3 ways disciplinary action can be taken place. And the discussion we had, and we huddled with the association, we huddled with our department attorney in a separate room. I think it was the other half of this room. And we came up with language. The first option, which we'd like to add in, was confidential letter of concern, which shall mean a non-disciplinary, non-public letter issued to the employee. That would be the first step. So if there was an issue with this, it was handled privately and with the individual involved. Nothing was put in the record. Then you get into other areas for reprimand, suspension, and removal of your ticket, your license. I felt that we needed another step. That was never done. I'm not aiming to have that done. I'd like to see it done. But this statute, this proposal, this legislation doesn't speak to rules at all. All it's doing is speaking to trying to change that one section of law, which, I mentioned those 4 responsibility areas. That's all we have. The rest of this stuff that takes care is already in law, where the state board is given the task of of writing the rest of that, what we have under rulemaking, those supportive principles which support that topical area.
Follow up?
So I'm not really familiar with how often this gets reviewed or renewed, and it must follow the same process as defined in the law. But does it happen that frequently?
When this whole thing was put together, it was a task force of people put together. It was generated by the legislature. When I came down to the state from up north, I was familiar with having a code of ethics and professional conduct. And as were all the other states, we had one, but ours was repealed simply because we had no statutory language that backed up what JELCAR had done. And so we put in place the language for those 4 portional areas there, giving rulemaking authority to the State Board of Education. Whether they have since modified these things, to best of my knowledge, they haven't. There was a task force put together initially to write what we have adopted in that little book right now. That was done by teachers coming together, working with the department, and that's the result. I don't believe this has been modified since then. Back in 2022, there was a suggestion written by myself to the commissioner as a request of the Education Committee as a whole to consider this 4th option in the Code of Conduct side. I don't believe that has occurred, because I still am operating out of this. And this has only 3 category areas for reprimand, suspension, or removing your certification.
Representative Murray? Okay. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to be clear, this is replacing Principle 3.
Yes. It's I buried my amendment right
The
here.
amendment.
Yes, it's doing C.
Okay, so I would just,
3.
ask about, if you look at principle 2, responsibility and commitment to the student, so the word commitment has been removed on the amendment.
On which,
I'm sorry, it's,
Am I in the wrong?
we're looking at, it's amending RSA 21-9, as you can see in the text of the bill.
It doesn't say the period.
Page 13 in our.
Okay. Okay.
We're amending RSA 21-9.
Right. Okay, so, all right. Okay, I was just looking, okay, so it's not principle 2 and principle 3, it's more so the RSA over here. It's not exact. Thank you.
and may I, in looking at what is in statute and what they have there is a little bit different in the book. But we're looking only, as your chair said, N9, 21N9.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I do have one question. Rulemaking authority is something that the department is then granted pursuant to 21(9)N.
Yes.
But 21N1 is also enumerated a policy of finding statement. So in the statute, there is already reference prior to rulemaking to parents and students, citizenry, local schools, etc. So the rulemaking authority would operate under 21N as a whole, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Representative. I see we have one more card.
Oh, no more questions. Thank you very much. I get out of here.
Brian Hawkins. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Once again, Brian Hawkins representing NE8 New Hampshire. I know we're past time, so I'll try and keep it brief. I have not seen the amendment, so I can't comment really to the amendment. I think, just to summarize, I think our concerns here lie with a lot of the feedback we received is the way the bill is phrased. Educators see their students as their primary responsibility, and there's a lot put on. We've talked about in this committee before. There's a lot put on educators when it comes to all sorts of rules, regulations that you need to follow, and they just want to go in there and teach and educate. And so I think the feedback that I heard, and I really encourage you to look at there were quite a few people who signed in on the bill and did so with not just checking opposition, but many of them enumerated their concerns, and that was really the primary one, which was at the end of the day, their primary responsibility is to students, and in the context of the code of conduct specifically, as to the professional standard that they're held to, that in that context is critical. As Representative Ladd said, there is no doubt that the partnership with educators and parents, engaged parents, is critical in getting to the best education of our students. So I'm not here to discount that at all. It's really in the code, in the context of the code of conduct, which was when it was formed. Looking back at some of the records last night, it was the model policy that they essentially used to adopt the code of conduct. There was not a separate provision about parent. It was the community, which, as Representative Ladd said, has inclusion about professionalism to parents. But when there are issues at the school district level, it's the administration, principal. Those are some of the folks that are I think there to facilitate if there's an issue with, you know, how a educator is, you know, responsible to a parent. So I'll conclude my testimony there. Oh, I'm sorry. One other key is I think you also need to be really clear on the intent, because this does, as it's written, does open up rulemaking. And as we've seen over a number of years, there's a lot of policy making that tends to happen in rulemaking when the legislature is not clear about what it is they want. So I look forward to reviewing Representative Ladd's amendment, and may send something subsequent in in light of the change in language that he's proposing. So
Thank
I'll
you.
conclude there.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
And happy to work with the committee if you do a work session.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I will close the hearing on House Bill 235. We are scheduled for a 1 o'clock hearing on HB 286, which we will start at 1 o'clock. If you are a couple of minutes late getting back from lunch because you're going to some nice restaurant, we will understand, as this is just a hearing. So enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. And first of all, I want to, Representative Weiler wants to apologize for not being here today. His grandson is becoming a Green Beret today, and he's at the ceremony. So, so that's why you got me pinch hitting here. So I'm sure, without taking a survey, that the number one concern of your constituents are the same as mine, namely property taxes. And not necessarily because, you know, in some technical sense, those are the worst taxes, but those are clearly the most obvious taxes because everybody knows how much of those taxes they pay. I mean, we all pay BET, BPT, all the, you know, gas tax and so on, but, you know, nobody knows how much they pay on those taxes. But you, since you write a check twice a year, in most cases, for property tax, you absolutely know how much you're paying, and it's a lot of money because I think the total of all property taxes is greater than the total of all other taxes that we have, right? So it's our major tax. And for the most part, those taxes go to schools, and so everybody is concerned with the cost of schools, and that's why we have this other committee. You know, your committee was bifurcated, and I sit on the other one, dealing mostly with money. And so one possible idea of how we can cut property tax and how we can save a little bit of money would be consolidation of SAUs. We have over 100 SAUs in the state. Some of them are exceedingly tiny. Whenever I talk to someone from Coas County, they never fail to tell me that they have 5 SAUs in their county, even though the total number of school kids in their county is less than the city of Portsmouth, for example. So SAUs can be quite small. They all have a superintendent. They all have an office. They all have so on. So the idea is that maybe by consolidating them into larger SAUs, you certainly would have fewer superintendents, but you could also maybe get some economies of scale, right? You know, maybe if every one of a bunch of small ones has a grant writer, maybe you don't need, you know, if you consolidate 10 into one, you don't necessarily need 10 grant writers. You could maybe get by with a few, right? That kind of thing. So, so we think there could be some benefits to consolidation. And as I understand it, you have a couple of different choices of how to go forward with this idea, should you choose to. One is this bill, which is a simple committee to study it. So the difference between a committee and a commission is a committee is only elected officials, namely representatives and senators. A commission has also outside people. So the next bill you're going to hear is from Representative Ladd, same sort of idea with a lot more detail, but it's a commission, so it has many others that are from outside other organizations and so on. And you will also at some point be getting my bill, House Bill 765, where I actually wrote the law to do this thing, right, to consolidate SAUs. So if you want to sort of skip the committee and study stage and go straight to the action, that's what my bill is for. So you have a lot of choices coming up, and I would just, my recommendation to you would be at least not exec any one of these bills until you've heard them, you've had the public hearing for all of them, and then think about, you know, which direction do you want to go if you choose to on any of them. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for pinch hitting this afternoon. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, good to see you. Is there anything now that precludes a series or multiple SAUs from doing this on their own? I mean, if the three of us are 3 different SAUs, I haven't seen that precludes us from getting together and saying, you know what, maybe our town should do this.
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. So SAUs are controlled by RSA 194-C, and I believe there is a procedure in there that was just came in last term that how for SAUs to consolidate if they wish to. I think that my own personal opinion is there's probably the incentive is not necessarily there for the people involved to do this, right? Because certainly if there's efficiencies, people will be losing their jobs. And so I think there'd be a lot of resistance so that's why sometimes we have to force the issue rather than have it happen sort of naturally.
Follow up?
There is a process.
Absolutely. Yes, that was just passed last time, so I doubt it's been used yet, right? So, yeah.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious how a bill like this is going to impact districts that send their students across state lines. We know we have kids who are at schools in partnerships with schools in Vermont and in Maine. I don't believe there's any going south of the border, but I just don't know how something like this is going to incorporate that.
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, there are, of the 104 SAUs, there are 2 cross-state school districts, one with Vermont, one with Maine. And in those cases, the SAU and the school district are one and the same, right? They're single school district SAUs. And I had to deal with that in my legislation, and I simply chose to not touch them. So they would stay exactly as they are. They wouldn't be consolidated like the others would. But this is a committee this particular bill is a committee that would study the issue. So what the study comes up with is up to them. It's just, I had to deal with that in my bill, and that's what I chose to do.
Representative Murray? Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Representative. Jerry Pugh?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jerry Frew, and I am the Associate Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association, an organization of superintendents, assistant superintendents, curriculum directors, business officials, student service officials, and technology directors. We also have several of the charter school heads as part of our association. When I heard Chairman Cordelli yesterday state that there was an intentional effort to contain the number of committees and commissions established by this legislature, I said, this is music to my ears. Perhaps we can help Chairman Cordelli achieve that goal. With all due respect to the bill's sponsors, and we appreciate the notion of cutting property taxes and containing local expenses in school districts. I'm here to tell you that probably superintendent salaries aren't the main drain on that property tax effort, but I digress on that statement. When I first saw the proposal, I did find it curious that one of the bill's sponsors represents a 5-town school administrative unit who has 2 superintendents, whose citizens have determined that that's the appropriate model for what their 5 communities desire and determine the need for in their local area. And I think that would be the case in most areas. The model of a county superintendent may work in some areas of our country, but if you lift up the hood and peek underneath, you're probably going to find layers of bureaucracy and, quite honestly, not a lot of savings and a lot of confusion and a lack of connection to local communities. And so we don't feel that that's what grant administrators want out of their superintendents. So what does a superintendent do anyway? The value of a skilled and knowledgeable educational leader in a school system cannot be overstated. They are not only the ultimate guardians of taxpayer resources, they're the champions for children, educators, and the educational communities that they serve. In my 50 years of work in public education, including tenures at the middle school, high school, and systems leadership level, I've had the opportunity to observe and experience educational leadership in a variety of roles. I've also had the honor and privilege to serve as an educational leader as a superintendent of schools. Most people agree, when they think about it, that public education is a public good, and overall an essential value that promotes a positive and thriving community, a healthy and evolving economy, and a vibrant and well-informed democracy. These facts are validated in independent studies by business leaders, sociologists, education researchers, and even political candidates. There's no mistaking the important role of public education in our society. It is essential and integral. But what do school leaders have to do with this public good anyway? I would submit a lot. The role of the education leader in today's ever-changing world can be best described as the CEO of one of the largest employers and service agencies in our economy, and certainly one of the largest and most complex organizations in a local community. In another way, this leadership role can be practically compared to the old-time juggler on the Ed Sullivan Show. I apologize to those in the rooms whose reference that is very vague for. Representative, I'm looking at you. But that person who was able to spin multiple plates on separate sticks simultaneously. For an educational leader, these plates include, but are not limited to, student learning, student and district budgets and finance, school board and committee planning, legislative tracking, and response plans. You know, those big red books that many of you have got sitting in front of you. It's the job of the education leader to make sure that gets taken care of at the local district. Communication, community relations, maintenance and capital improvement, personnel, transportation, professional development, licensing, credentialing, policy development, technology leadership, leadership growth and development, student and staff safety, specialized student services, and in most recent times since the pandemic, the additional plates of masking, remote learning, book bans, and culture wars have all added heat to all of those plates that we're supposed to juggle. And that I mention snow day and weather-related decisions. As an example of the nature of demands on a superintendent, in a 4-day stretch earlier this year, in one of our state's regions, along with the typical duties and responsibilities, superintendents were dealing with transgender right protests, the threat of a data breach, a dysfunctional boiler, a tragic death of a student and life-threatening injuries to 2 others in an automobile accident, a teacher passing away in the hallway of a school just prior to the start of a school day. And in one of these same districts, they had just dealt with the unexpected death of a recent graduate. These all were within the same county in just a few short days. How would one superintendent be expected to deal effectively with all these major issues in several school districts and communities simultaneously? In New Hampshire, this juggling is done at the SAU office level, which provides professional educational leadership to a school system or systems. To provide context, this specialized leadership work can be grouped into major areas of responsibility that have been described above. The following list specifies a little bit more about the areas of responsibility and activities. In general leadership, maintain an absolute focus on student learning and success. Act as the CEO for the strategy, vision, collaborator, consensus building, evaluator, policy advisor, spokesperson, and more. The hearing officer and appeals judge for all disputes by students, employees, and citizens. A legal representative for the school district. Manage school board's relations, associated committee work and task forces, and other leadership work. For example, the superintendent in Conway may have to deal with 5 or 6 boards. The superintendent in SAU 16 may have 8 or 9 boards that they're dealing with, along with regional work. And even in a place like Concord, where there's only 1 school board, I checked that superintendent's schedule this morning. There are 10 night meetings for that superintendent for various committees and task forces in the month of January alone. That's just night meetings with the school board. That has nothing to do with attending some of the athletic events, the concerts, the curriculum fairs, and oh, by the way, that school board has decided that they need a Saturday retreat on a Saturday in January. So that's part of the work. I have a list of the New Hampshire Education Department reports that superintendents are responsible for verifying and certifying, but there's only 10 minutes left in this hearing. So I'm not going to read that list of reports because frankly, that could take up a majority of the 10 minutes.
Thank you.
But I'm not done. There's more stuff. Curriculum instruction, leading the research and development, the what and how of how schools work, staying current with best education and assessment practices, designing professional development for those teachers that you hear about so often in the work they need to do. Personnel management, collective bargaining agreements. At times, it's not unusual for a superintendent to be involved in 5, 6, 7 collective bargaining negotiations in a small several-month period, to sit at the table, to represent the citizens, to protect the teachers, and to try to come up with collective bargaining agreements that serve the needs of the taxpayers as well as the employees. Finance. I don't need to talk about the financial responsibility that that they have, developing, maintaining, purchasing, and control pieces, area agreements, tuition agreements, those things that once again serve the needs of kids, but also protect and serve as protection to the local community. Student services, probably the fastest growing and most complex area. Assuring special education and 504 services, following and complying with all truancy and attendance requirements, contracting with special education service providers. And you've heard about the challenges of finding staffing. So you still have to provide those services somehow. You've got to search the best contracts. You've got to try to balance the needs of kids and the ability of the community to support the needs of those kids. Ensuring the needs of court-placed and foster home students are addressed. Ensuring students and employee physical and emotional safety needs are met. Ensuring access to a free and appropriate education for English language learners. And then there's communications and community relations to effectively tell the story of the district, to attract, develop, and retain the best teachers, to provide accountability, answer the questions, respond to those right-to-know requests, have effective relations with local public charter schools, advise the board on facilities use and what's happening with the investment of the community, to provide an annual report on the actions of all of the schools and how the school district is functioning for its taxpayers, and they should. And oh yeah, did I mention snow days and weather-related decisions? Maintenance and capital improvement. You all know your school buildings and your communities are among the greatest capital investment in your communities oftentimes. It's the responsibility of the superintendent to make sure that those resources, those assets are protected, that safety precautions are taking place, that HVAC systems are working. And all it takes is listening to a couple of recent school board meetings in the city of Concord about what happened to the condition of their middle school to understand how people feel about conditions that deteriorate over time due to lack of investment in a community. Like the juggler, an education leader never has the satisfaction of spinning just one plate before stopping to begin another. Rather, the work of an SAU leader involves constantly balancing these competing responsibilities. These services are not always visible to the public and sometimes go unnoticed, especially if they're done well. In the past, finance was regarded as the most critical area of responsibility. However, the advent of new laws, regulations, expectations generated by the public and regulatory agencies have caused an increase of exposure, risk, financial and otherwise, for the school organization, the employers, the students, and the community in general. Research tells us a whole lot about strong, statistically significant relationship has a positive correlation when there's stable district leadership and that will impact student achievement. In closing, school district administrators provide an essential and cost-effective benefit for not only educators, staff, and schools, but also for the taxpayers and, most importantly, children. School superintendents are part of the fabric of their communities. It is simply not feasible for 10 of them to provide proactive, collaborative, effective, timely, responsive, personal, student, and community-centered leadership to over 400 communities in our state. Oh, did I mention snow days and weather-related events? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Does this bill threaten to eliminate superintendents?
Thank you for the question, Representative. This bill does not threaten to represent superintendents. I believe what it threatens is local control.
I asked you, this is a study committee to see if this
Yes.
is feasible. So again, I'll ask you a question. Does this bill say that we want to get rid of superintendents?
It does not.
Thank you.
Representative Selig.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I was a teacher in Maryland, which is county-wide school districts, where we had a superintendent with, I think it was 12 assistant superintendents to cover all the different areas, because there was an assistant superintendent of English and of math and at the secondary level, et cetera, as well as various elementary and special education. So is there any evidence that doing consolidation of superintendent work would in fact save money rather than costing more?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think you just described what looking under the hood looks like. I'm not quite sure that any money would be saved by any district because the jobs still have to be done. I don't care if you're Salem, Franklin, Pelham, Bow, wherever. Those jobs have to be done, and they have to be done with a touch to the local community. I think that's what's different. Like, our members are part of their communities. They're part of the Rotary. They're part of of just a presence. Like, frankly, my personal experience, one of the greatest satisfactions I had as a superintendent was going to a Friday night football game. That's awesome. You get to see the people. You're approachable to the people in your community. That's the touch. That's what New Hampshire wants. They want to know who their superintendent is. The superintendents want to know who their employees are, who their children are.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Frew. Barrett Christina.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Barrett Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. To be clear, we're not taking a position on this bill. If the legislature wants to study something, have at it, NHSBA is always available to provide whatever guidance, expertise, experience, and research that we're able to provide. I just want to give a little bit of background about sort of the rise of the number of school administrative units. I'll say the last 20 years. Dating myself, I've been with NHSBA about 20 years now. When I started at NHSBA in 2005, there were 84, I believe, school administrative units. We're up to 107. And in my experience, in speaking with the school boards that were going through the withdrawals, going through the withdrawal process, a lot of the things that Mr. Frew just spoke about is why a community wanted to be on their own and wanted to have their own SAU. They wanted their own central office and they wanted their own superintendent, and it may have cost them a little bit of money, but that district, the people in that district, the voters in that district decided, you know what, it may cost us a little bit more money, but we're having our own person now. We're having our own superintendent rather than having to share that superintendent among 2, 3, 4, 7, or 8 school districts. So, it's not my job to tell the people in Croydon that they can't have their own superintendent. It's not NHSBA's job to tell the people in Timberlane that they can't have their own superintendent. Stratford, Rollinsford is currently purchasing services from Somersworth. They used to be an SAU 56 together. Rollinsford withdrew from that SAU, I want to say maybe 10 years ago, and simply turned around and repurchased services from Somersworth. Over the course of 10 years, Rollinsford currently has an advertisement out there advertising for their own part-time superintendent because they've decided that we want our own person that we hire, we evaluate, and we dictate their employment. And they're our person then, and we can have, the school board can manage that individual and adopt the policies and tell the people, and the board can tell the superintendent of Rollinsford what they want for the Rollinsford School District. Again, so, you know, it's not always the withdrawals were not always about saving money. Sometimes it was about having your own person, you know, that is dedicated to your school district and the people in your community. Representative McGuire did mention that there was a bill that passed last session about an incentive and to incentivize consolidation of SAUs. I forget the bill number, but basically the consolidation has to occur. I believe the year 2030 was the deadline. So there's about 4 or 5 years for SAUs to consider this, and I believe it was an extra $200 per student on your adequacy aid that you get, your state grants. Obviously, that bill is only maybe not even 6 months old, depending on when the effective date was. But we haven't, you know, obviously, I haven't heard of any districts or any SAUs considering that. Maybe they will in future years. I would also be remiss though without identifying sort of a juxtaposition between the 2, 3, 4 bills that we have this session about consolidation of school administrative units, while comparing and contrasting that with the number of bills that we've had in this room the last couple of years, seeking to make it easier for cooperative school districts to break up, sort of, you know, not consolidating and not perhaps saving costs, but letting school districts go out on their own. And yes, as the law currently states, if a district withdraws, if a pre-existing district withdraws from a cooperative school district, they still remain in the existing school administrative unit, the same SAU. However, there is a provision in the law that says the withdrawal from the co-op and the withdrawal from the SAU can occur concurrently. And my best guess was that if we see it easier to break up with the co-ops, to break up at some point, those little districts, the little K through 5 elementary school or the K through 8 elementary school, they're going to want their own superintendent for the same reasons that Croydon and Timberlane and Nottingham and Hill and Goshen and Wakefield and Cornish and Croydon and all the other districts that have created their own SAUs over the last 10 years have chosen to withdraw. So again, we're not taking a position on the bill. If the legislature wants to study this, NHSBA is happy to provide information, guidance, resources. But you know, if I don't know where all the new people are from on the committee, I should probably print myself off a little cheat sheet so I do know. But if any of you are in those communities that I've listed off in the last couple of minutes, talk to your constituents, talk to your school boards about why did we withdraw from whatever SAU we were previously with. It's because they wanted those more personalized services, even if it may have cost a little bit more money. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I want to know, are you aware that some places inherited their SAUs when other people dropped out? And exactly my town of Plainfield left holding the bag when Claremont and, Grantham and Lebanon left. So it wasn't a decision of our own. It was, it just happened that way. So
Thank you for the question. That's a good point. Plainfield may not have wanted to withdraw from. Plainfield may have been happy with the arrangement that you had. I guess one of the challenges is that, and we've talked about the co-op withdrawal process and how some individuals and representatives might think that that's burdensome or unfair to the smaller school district. The SAU withdrawal process is very, very easy. You do a study commission. The study commission committee, a local study committee, the study committee comes up with a recommendation, and then only that community votes to withdraw. So I forget what other communities were previously with Plainfield, but the Cornish was one. Grantham, okay, so when Grantham wanted to withdraw, it was only the people in Grantham voting to withdraw from that SAU. And when Lebanon wanted to withdraw, it was only the voters. So the SAU withdrawal process is very, very easy. If that community wants to withdraw from the SAU, they withdraw, and Plainfield has no say in that. So this may be getting a little bit cart before the horse, but, you know, a recommendation might be to, if there's a study commission, you know, tightening up the process for withdrawal, maybe a moratorium on SAU withdrawals. We've seen moratoriums with building aid previously. The state board put a moratorium on approving charter schools maybe 15 or so years ago, when the state basically did not have any money to approve new charter schools. So again, that's sort of getting cart before the horse, but there may be some ideas, but you know, the one superintendent per county is, you know, you can see where my predilections would be, but anyway, thank you for the question, Representative. Yeah.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's so nice to see you again.
You as well
Mr.
too, Representative.
You and I have known each other for a few years.
We have.
I do have a question for you. You do know that I was on the Manchester
Yes.
School Board. And I've heard some scenarios worked up about how the superintendent has a long list of items. Well, one of the things that I've observed, and you have as well, working with the Manchester School District, is the number of support staff that are in the superintendent's office. Do you have any idea how many positions are in just the Manchester School District as far as support for the superintendent?
And thank you for the question, because I don't know the staffing in Manchester. I imagine it's quite significant, though.
Well, I actually counted it out, just a rough guesstimate. It's about 30 positions in the SAU office to support the superintendent. And if I may follow up, thank you. And do you know of how many open superintendent positions we have in the state right now?
I anecdotally, I think there are about 7 or 8. Don't quote me on that, though.
Okay.
In any given year, 10 is about average. I'd say we've had some years where there have been as few as 5 or 6. And again, anecdotally, we've had years. There was a year, I forget, I think it was pre-COVID. We had one year, there were like 20, 25 openings across the state. Typical, I'd say, would be about 10 per year.
Right, and we know how difficult it is to find superintendents.
It can be, yes.
Yes, it can be. So I want to thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Anything further? Seeing nothing, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
With that, I'll close the hearing on this bill. And next up is HB 292, and I'll see if I find, once again, our prime sponsor. We will now open up the hearing on House Bill 292, establishing a commission to study school administrative unit consolidation. And welcome back, Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire. And I'm here today to introduce HB 292, which is a bill that establishes a commission to study the issue of consolidating SAUs. On the way back down the hallway, I've heard some of the discussion on the previous bill, so I'll try not to replicate what had been said there. I'm looking to at this whole issue a little bit differently than those where we're saying we're going to go right out and consolidate into one per county. I can tell you right now, in Grafton County, that won't work. Littleton and Haverhill will not agree to what's going on in Lebanon and Hanover. And Lebanon and Hanover control the vote. So it would just create a firestorm up in my rural neck of the woods. But there are some things which we need to look at in terms of this consolidation of these 107 SAUs which we have. And it's something we can't negate or not do. We need to take this healthy look at looking at what are the costs? Are there any efficiencies which we can gain out of this? We do know that there are only 2 other locations in this country that have higher administrative costs, not principalships, administrative costs, than this state per capita. And that is Missouri, and it's not a state, Washington, D.C. And so maybe there's something we can do to look at this. As you recall, on the committee last year, we had a bill, HB 1450, and maybe it's the year before, but it all runs together. That was the bill which we initially had as the consolidation of the 2 systems, community college system and the university system in New Hampshire. We had a very effective study chaired by Mr. Appleby, which looked at this with representatives on it, senators on it, and other people coming in from other angles. So it was a commission. And we recognized that consolidation to one system with all the governance issues, with all the negotiated agreements issues, with the mission statements, the culture of higher education in the state, needing 7 community colleges, which are independent from the university system, but also linked, though, in many ways. IT, we need to communicate with it. Transferability of credit, we need to do that. We need to look at things to be more affordable, more accessible to our students. And so the issue of consolidation of SAUs, maybe there's some things we can look at, and maybe some things we can learn. Going down here, the literature I read is that you don't go through a process like this just because things are higher costing right now. For example, we see some tremendous jumps in cost of doing education in this state. In 2000 to 2023, our enrollment declined by 23% a quarter. And our cost per pupil jumped by 81.6%. In other words, we jumped from $11,192 per pupil to over $20,000, $323 in 2023. So we jumped from 11 to $20,000. That's a huge jump. And we know that I don't think there's many people here in communities where you're not shouting about assessed property values. And yes, our state relies upon that as one of our revenue sources for education. There's a number of them. That's not what this committee is about. So let's look for a second some of the possible outcomes that could come from shared services. Maybe by districts coming together, SAUs I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the local district, the SAUs. We might be able to improve transportation services, information technology, security, special education services. Some districts don't have that service the way the neighboring service may have it. So is there a way of sharing that? I know that speech pathology services in the town of Warren, which is one of my towns, is coming by way of online services from California because we cannot afford the cost of a speech therapist, or they're not available for a small school that's 100 students. Legal services could be shared. Food services could be shared. Curriculum development and professional development time. Well, wouldn't it be wonderful if there's something going in District A over here and District B over here, and you're in District B, but you love to gain information about what's going on in District A. So you could share that development for staff. We could better coordinate some of our curricular areas like mathematics, which we need to work on in the state. Now we're trying to do that through math learning communities, but this is one area where we could do in K through 12. So human resources, I won't go on anymore, but there's a lot more things that could be outcomes. There are some issues which are going to hamper going into one large SAU like Hawaii, or or going into ones by counties, which have been proposed, I see one of the biggest issues, besides negotiated agreements and contracts and all that, which you've heard about already, is culture. Culture within these communities. When you talk about the little town of Piermont, in my community, which is a district, coming to Haverhill for elementary school, they're saying, wow, we're going to lose our community center? We're going to lose the school which houses our 68 kids that are K through 8? We're going to lose our K through 8 program? But then the other side of the side saying, but your 8th grade and 7th grade only have 3 or 4 or 5 kids in each of those levels. What kind of social experience are they getting? Are they getting what Haverhill Middle School can provide? But we don't want to lose our school. It goes on and on. So I guess what I would like to say by doing what I'm proposing here, that we have a commission study, there's some validity to doing this. The study we had on 1450, which started out as a consolidation study, it came up, how are we going to align some of those horrendous issues that we're dealing with on the university community college levels. And now we have quarterly reports coming back to us from the chancellors of both schools. In fact, we'll have another one here in another 3 weeks or so. How can we improve? Well, we came out with the task force of a number of short-term initiatives and long-term initiatives to enhance higher education. One of them, Dr. Don Burks, has already imposed at Plymouth State, going to a 3-year bachelor degree for 6 different subject areas, which is a great idea because that is an affordability issue. And it's also one that gets people out into these career areas through a pathway that's just quicker. I of course, I never really was a lover of reading Shakespeare, but Shakespeare is necessary to have in the collegiate level. You need to have that experience available to all students who want to have that type of experience. But it's not necessary if you're going to go off and become a mechanical engineer. You need to learn some of those other things. So getting back to where we are right here, in year 2023, there were a number of states that took the initiative to have some kind of a consolidation study done. They went from Arkansas to Illinois to Massachusetts to Michigan, North Carolina, New Hampshire. And in New Hampshire here, we had HB 1579, as you may recall, and Representative Cordelli was involved with that. Pre-existing SAUs may merge administrative offices to include personnel. Merger grants were awarded for those that would decide to go that direction, up to $200 per pupil for the first 2 years. So it gave some kind of a carrot or some kind of assistance to help move in that direction. I don't know. I don't think anybody's grabbed a hold of that, but that was a concept that was out there available. Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Vermont, Washington, Wisconsin, all got involved with. In 2024, Kentucky, New Jersey, and West Virginia went down that road. I want to take a moment and speak to what happened in Vermont. Because I get up in the morning, I look across my deck, across the meadows below me, and I look right into Vermont. And Representative Dry, you probably do a very similar thing down where you're living. Vermont Acts 153, 156, and notorious Act 46. They also had a bill, HB 385. That was a bill that was in their House, which attempted to move toward a single statewide school district similar to Hawaii. It failed. The other Act 46 has not resulted in a corresponding decrease in per pupil spending in districts that have consolidated or merged, but it has linked into communities K through 12 opportunities. Many of these smaller districts were K-8s, and they were small. But in talking, if we were to talk to some of the people that were superintendents over there or school board members, and I have, one of those individuals was superintendent of SAU 23. Went over and took care of Orange County. He came back and said, Rick, it's costing us a lot of money. There were some real positive things that came out of it, though. And I would like to just highlight some of those things where a commission could net us some gains. Cooperative purchasing agreements. That's one of the things that's come out of the community college system and the university system. Why should we be purchasing things separately, not using the same technology? Can we do that on a wider scope? Not for just SAU 1, 2, or 3, but for, getting together and doing it in a larger scope. I think there is an efficiency there. There's a gain. Combined financial services, budget management. There are some districts which are very, very small. And if you look at the research, and I took some time to do the research on this one, there are smaller districts, perhaps abutting each other, which would gain by moving together. Similar cultures, right beside each other, different things offered in these school districts, but you combined it, you might be able to get some shared resources and have a singular budget director, manager. That's a gain. When you have a school district the size of some of our small ones, Croydon, Piermont, under 100 kids, that is expensive. And it's also hard for them to find the personnel to work in their schools. Warren had to go chase down a speech pathologist in California and do it online. That doesn't help a kid that's in K1, 2 trying to learn how to say R, or articulation issues. And I oftentimes say they do that anyways in Massachusetts, so what's wrong with it? Enhanced roles and opportunity for shared educational services in districts. And when you do that across lines, you can share those services, especially in special education. You could have shared curriculum, perhaps. And that's what we're trying to sort of do, like when we get the curriculum learning program going, communities, we bring everybody together, but we're trying to get a similar program going. So we have the same benchmarks and we have the same expectations, meeting the same standards, but we also have the flexibility within to reach out to those students who have different learning styles than others. And there's different teaching styles that have to pair all those learning styles. Professional development can be a winner. Now, in looking at when we did the consolidation, let me talk about this one here. Knowledge communicated to all within a large district from SAU's office oftentimes is more effective. When I chaired the Commission on Public School Infrastructure, that's Homeland Security, where security, access, communications, all that money available up to $100,000 per school. When we reached out to the smaller districts, some of those small districts didn't even know there was such a grant out there. Now, why don't they know? Is it because their superintendent maybe is on a contractual basis? They're maybe every other week because they have a superintendent, it's contracted superintendent with a larger one next door. Can't afford to have a full-time superintendent and doesn't make much sense if you're just a school of 100 kids. But those schools have security issues also. They need that information. And that's just one example right there. Career technical education. We last year allocated $4 million, 2 years ago in our biennium budget, $2 million per year, grant money for transportation above and beyond the $9 million which we allocate annually. Again, I asked CTE directors and Representative Cornell, you're familiar with this process, that how many people out there in the weeds, the rural areas, urban areas, actually knew about this money is available if you're beyond. And up to several weeks ago, out of that 4 million, we only spent about 2.5. Some are not accessing these things because the knowledge hasn't been imparted. With a larger operation going on, it's possible that that communication could be disseminated by the superintendent through the staff working and get out, rather than having to rely upon these small districts where a lot of that support's not available. They're meeting the legislative law, the statute, but are they getting the service that they really need? So lastly, in looking at this commission, I have no loyalty to the makeup of the commission at all. I would like to see, if there's going to be a commission study at all, that we put people on it that are really knowledgeable of what the structure and organization of the state looks like. And is there any areas Well, we could consolidate. Maybe those smaller districts. We got to do something. We cannot continue to be paying out on average, just for the superintendent alone, somewhere between $150,000 and $160,000. Local districts are not going to be able to continue doing that. And so, is there any way we can consolidate in some areas? I'm not advocating that we have one per county. I just think that is, we have too many school districts that cross lines. And there are so many issues. So looking at the makeup of that commission, if you see folks which could be an asset, if you want to go forward with some kind of study, we've had studies before. We've had studies in the community college system and the university system before. This one worked. We are getting reports back and we're seeing what we have to do to get these efficiencies of scale in place. I do believe we need efficiencies of scale. We do need to look at the organizational structure in this state. And yes, Mr. Barrett, Christina is correct. We did allow one district to split up this last year, but there was a lot of real reasons for that. And some of them were very, very solid reasons. But that's not the answer. In our school building aid, what have we done? One of the conditions for getting school building aid is consolidation. We're going to have to. Our demographics don't allow us to continue funding everything we're doing. We got to really take the initiative. And just because it may have failed some places it's working a little bit. A little bit's good for us even. So that's why I'm advocating a commission rather than the other. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Ladd? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Doris O'Hensi.
Good afternoon. Chairman Cordelli, members of the committee, I'm Doris Hohensee, a former school board member from Nashua. I think a review of the superintendent duties would be useful. There's 21 that I found in RSA 194F4. The New Hampshire district system was created in 1805 for the purpose of raising money to build schools and give residents a right to vote in district affairs. That was local control. Parents were able to switch school districts by notifying the town clerk, and the education portion of their property taxes was redirected to their new district. That was public school choice. These grammar schools taught reading, writing, and arithmetic. Families provided the textbooks, except for the poor, they were provided by the town. These were free schools in addition to private schools and academies. The state then decided to create SAUs by offering a little extra money to consolidate. At the time, there were over 3,000 school districts, and the state decided that consolidation would save money. So here we go again. Reducing the number of superintendents centralizes control on even a larger number of districts, can make it more difficult for parents to have a genuine voice in the education of their children. This is especially important when parents disagree with the superintendent, and trust me, disagreements happen. The loss of local control aggravates parents. Saving money isn't the only consideration. If it's truly cost savings, a detailed accounting of all federal funds and mandates will be extremely helpful. Even school board members don't get complete information on this topic. Superintendents are required to oversee compliance with state and federal mandates, so dig down. Some mandates are time-consuming, invasive of privacy, others just ineffective towards student outcomes. It might not be cost-effective to accept funding in exchange for implementing certain mandates. If you review the tasks of the superintendent, please review each task. In New Hampshire, we spend $4 billion. 8.4% comes from federal aid. That's roughly $336 million. For this, our public schools are busting budgets, raising property taxes, implementing costly federal mandates, and hiring endless administrators. Even if we're entertaining the EFAs to bail out students from public schools that are considered unsuitable or unsafe. So we're going in two directions. There's considerable savings to be had if we eliminate federal compliance systems. We might not need so many EFAs. Restore local control and get the federal monkey off our backs. Under the membership section of this bill, there are 2 members from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I'd ask that you add 2 members from the School Districts Governance Association. This is another very active statewide group for school board members. And I thank you for your time.
very much.
Anne Marie Banfield.
Such a strange chair. It is. Anne Marie Banfield. I've been parental rights advocate in New Hampshire and focused on excellence in education for probably about 20 years. I think Representative Ladd, you're probably the only one in this room that's been around longer than I have. I do support this because it's going to study the situation. There's some things that Representative Ladd brought up. I'm not sure I would want it for my school. This curriculum sharing, I do like the idea of, each school making sure that, but as long as it's, voluntary, so be it. In districts across New Hampshire, there is a trend that is not going unnoticed by taxpayers too. Enrollment in public schools is going down, but school budgets are going up. There are many factors for this trend, but one of those factors is the administrative budgets. Even with school administrators cutting teachers based on enrollment numbers, the budgets continue to climb. In my own district, which is SAU 21, we added an assistant superintendent just a few years ago. Now we have a superintendent and two assistant superintendents. And if you look at their salaries, you will see that most of these administrators make more than the governor, the attorney general, and the commissioner of education in the state. If you go through their salaries, you're going to find that. Everyone, I don't know if it's everyone, so just to be clear on that. What they do in business is they look at this all the time. How can we consolidate? And then again, I know that this is a little different than consolidation, but UPS, for instance, they're constantly looking at, they combine districts. They need drivers to deliver their packages, and they'll take out drivers if they don't have enough packages. But this happens in business all the time. I don't think that it should be a problem that we're looking at whether or not this is the most efficient way for SAUs to operate in New Hampshire. Northampton, where I live, our budget for the amount that we pay to our SAU is $284,000. Our cost per pupil in Northampton, which is in elementary and in middle school, is $39,000 per student. That is not the state number, that is the actual number. That's what it costs for us living in New Hampshire to educate our kids in Northampton. That's a shocking number, needless to say. Within SAU 21, we have Seabrook. They will go to the polls in March and decide if they want to withdraw from the SAU. Just to put it mildly, this school, Seabrook, has become very contentious. That is why they're looking to withdraw from the SAU. The students in Seabrook are scoring around 30% in math. And I have spoken before the Seabrook School Board. I have looked at what they're using in the classroom. I have looked at their curriculum. I've looked at their pedagogy. I've looked at everything, and I've brought them some additional information. But if they withdraw, this is going to put another amount on the rest of us in SAU 21. The costs are going up. How do we fix that? I don't know. I'm not telling you that I have the answers, but a study committee, these study committees that are being proposed, I'm glad that they're proposing them. There's one in the Senate too. We have got to look at ways. We have got to look at what's going on in these administrative units. We need strong public schools with good teachers, paraprofessionals, and principals. If they need an extra administrator in the school to cover some of the duties at the SAU level, that would still be a reduction for taxpayers and for administrative costs. We looked at cutting $65,000 from the firefighter budget because of the budgets going up in our town. $65,000. The fire chief came and spoke to us and said that if that happens, the fire chief and the deputy fire chief would have to cover 2 days a week, 2 days a week out of 52 weeks that they would have to cover for firefighters in Northampton. And the reason I bring you that is because when we're looking at this, we're looking at, okay, we have a fire budget, we have a town budget, we have all these budgets, and if one goes up, where are the teachers in all of this? Where are the teachers? Because I'm not seeing their salaries above what the governor's making. I'm not seeing, these are the people who are in the classroom. They're the people impacting the kids. And so when I look at a company like UPS saying, we're going to be efficient, I think our schools need to be efficient too. I want to make sure that we have enough teachers covering the students. And anytime a budget's cut, where do they go? Oh, we're going to get rid of teachers. That's the threat, not we're going to bring our salaries in line at the SAU level to where it's more, what you would consider maybe fair. So this is why I support these bills. I'm only going to speak once on them. I didn't speak on the one that was prior to this. SAU administrators are going to certainly object. They're certainly going to object. This is what we do. I'm sure that there's probably managers at UPS that were like, wait a second, you can't, it happens. They consolidate. They consolidate, and that's what happens in the business world. And so I think the most important people in school are our teachers and our paraprofessionals. I'm not afraid to say it. I will say it. And I think that when it comes to these costs going up, we've got to start looking at these budgets. And I'm not seeing out of control salaries for teachers. But when I look at the salaries for our SAU people, and I'm looking at why do we add a second superintendent, assistant superintendent in our district? I mean, really? That's why I support this. So support these bills that are coming before you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Banfield. With that, we'll close the hearing on HB 292. And we're just about ready to start the hearing on HB 131. We'll take just a minute break.
Maybe we can all get up and just.
You are free to do that. Oh, okay. On this one? Yep. Yeah. Get started again. The next and last bill of the day is HB 131, requiring school boards to develop and enact policies regarding personal cell phone use in schools. And since this is Representative Ladd Day, he's back at the microphone to introduce this bill.
Do we have a bill to make that official?
Good afternoon, folks. Representative Cordelli and folks of the committee, I appreciate your kind comment. I think I've learned my lesson. Don't write so many darn bills. But today I'm here presenting a bill which this one I feel very, very strongly on. This bill is HB 131, requiring school boards to develop and enact policies regarding personal cell phone use in schools. And when someone sits down to write legislation like that, you have to always have in your mind, at least I did in the back of my mind, where does state versus local end up on this thing? Where can I say this is going to be a policy that we hope that everybody follows for the state, but am I intruding upon the responsibility of the local school board? That's a point that I think that runs through this bill. However, as a state, we are tasked with the responsibility and our mission to ensure that all students have the opportunity to receive an adequate education. That all students leave our high schools career ready. And that means going on to post-secondary school, going on to a wonderful job, going on to one of the military branches, going on to the job of your liking and with the skills and the knowledge that you've been given and provided with while you were in school. So now I'm reflecting a little bit back on some of the early types of elements that come from policies back in the 1980s. So I'm dating myself. I started education after I came home from overseas in Southeast Asia in 1969, and then went into school and became this teacher, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I had to leave because I wasn't getting paid enough. And so that issue was there. But we had this issue we called time on task. So that's nothing new. Time spent in school is not always spent in the classrooms. And time spent in classrooms is not always spent actively learning. We know that. You can go in and observe what's going on in a school and get a good feel for a school by looking at some of the classrooms and seeing what's going on. Time and how it is spent, time and task as we call it, may well be a variable that makes the difference for students. Can cell phone use impact time on task? Unequivocally, yes, it can. And it does. The amount of time spent actually on learning tasks varies greatly from school to school and from classroom to classroom. A study done years ago by Michigan State University found that students in one classroom spent a total of, and this is in elementary school, 84 minutes a day on reading. But their peers in another classroom just down the hall spent only 24 minutes a day on the subject. Well, which classroom do you think had the best performance? Allocated time, the time you have for something is often beyond the teacher's ability to control. It's set up by the schedule within the school, whether you have block scheduling or if it's a grade school, but you know you have a teacher prep period coming up where the music teacher's coming in or PE, or you got to go to library or recesses right around the bend. So we have to, allocate our scheduling around these designs set up by the system wide. Years and years ago, we had within statute in the state and over in Maine where I started out, designated minutes per subject, per day, per week, but we've gotten away from that since now many subjects override in the other subject, thematic reading and thematic learning, all that. When teachers give a great deal of their time and attention to only certain students, time on task, engaged time versus the allocated time, and academic achievement for the whole class take a dive. Now let's get to the business of this thing. We see everybody doing this, business with the cell phone. You can walk anywhere nowadays and see it. Whether you're walking into a waiting room at a hospital, you can look around and see everybody waiting. What are they doing? They're looking at the cell phone. What are they doing as they're walking down the hallway of a school now? It was a great social experience. Kids were yanking around with each other, having fun, talking to each other, looking at the whites of the eyes. Now what are they looking at? The white of the cell phone. They're looking at that cell phone all the time. And that, I believe, and I'm not a doctor, not a physician, but I hear from my folks saying, when I go to Hitchcock, that we're getting more and more kids in here that have these physical issues. Either they're bent over or they're getting this stuff coming on their cell phones and getting into the mental, emotional issues when they're getting bullied or that stuff's coming on, or they're looking at pornography or something on those cell phones, which is really absorbing them and it's taking them in the wrong direction. I am concerned about cell phone use in the classroom or in schools. This legislation you have before you allows some discretion though. It says use during classroom instruction. That's the part when I'm teaching my math class or I'm teaching about the history of New Hampshire, I want those eyeballs where they should be. I don't want them looking down or feeling the thing buzzing in their pocket. I don't want them looking down to see who's communicating with them. That's That's off-task behavior. And off-task behavior is not learning behavior in terms of what is being taught, the content. How do we control that? Teachers have tried. Teachers, believe me, they're trying to control this. However, it's bigger now. And it has to come either from the system office, the school board, or it's going to have to come through some statutory language. 72% of high school teachers said students being distracted by cell phones is a major problem. That was came out in Education Next in 2025. So that's just a recent article. 72% of high school teachers say this is a problem. When students can readily slip a phone out during class and access the entire internet, does that not discourage them from doing the hard work of learning content? Again, another article in the paper. At least 14 states have passed laws or enacted policies that ban or restrict students' use of cell phones in schools statewide, or recommend local districts enact their own bans or restrictive policies. Education Week. You know, many of us receive Education Week. I always received it when I still try to get it. And it's states include Arizona, Alabama, Indiana, Florida, Delaware, Connecticut, Minnesota, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Ohio, South Carolina, Washington, and Virginia. So what does this mean if we have some kind of a policy, which I'm recommending here, where they're not used during instruction, but there are exceptions in this bill right here. There are exceptions for that. There are times when I know there's certain content areas where an instructor may say, we need to use cell phones to access this information. Or we need this cell phone to access what's going on in this trade that you're getting into, that you like to get into and work with that association. That, to me, if the cell phone's out with the permission of the instructor in the classroom, I have no problem with that. I don't have a problem with it either if the IEP or 504 plan has it written in the 504 plan or the IEP that this phone is necessary for this child to obtain the objectives of this IEP. Good stuff. Do it. We do it. There are exceptions which should be made. I don't think this should be blank. You don't use your cell phone at all in the classroom. I think that's an overreach. I would say that some states are doing it, that large, broad thing. You check them in, you put them in a box, you lock them up, et cetera, et cetera. What do you do in case that the parent calls and wants to get a hold of them? There's an emergency. What happened when you were kids in school? Did you call the office? Was there a permission note sent to school saying, hey, I'm going to pick up Susan here at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock, not in the morning, in the afternoon, and they won't be able to participate in the activities after school today. I need to pick them up. They got a dental appointment. Okay, that's the way you do it. Or the parent can call the office, but when you're calling and interrupting that student during class, you're interrupting 25 students. You're interrupting the teacher. The teacher is getting off task, off target. And that's what we don't want. We have X number of minutes in our calendar year. We need to utilize those minutes. We don't need to extend the year. Of course, they're doing it down in South Carolina where my daughter is a teacher. They're working in the summertime now, but they take time off when we're probably working today. But I think what we need to do is we need to utilize time appropriately. Accommodations are good, but we also have to remember what this is doing to our students. And it's the impacts of mental and physical health that I'm also really concerned about. When you look at the IEPs and you see that category out of the 13 IEP categories, other health impaired, why is that ballooning in this state? Well, I would say, and I can't prove it, but my guesswork has a lot to do with our social interactions and the issues brought forth by our technology. And I'm not oppositional to technology. I am all for it. But I believe that there's a place and a time for everything. So I will conclude with this one last statement here. In 2024, a national survey 70% of participating educators who teach in schools that allow cell phones found it very, very disruptive. 90% of surveyed educators support restricting student use of cell phones during instructional time. 90%. And I think you'll see parents in the same wavelength. You know, parents really want the child to receive everything that school's designed to do. And if we allow this disruptor to disrupt that, we're not going to succeed. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you very much, and I'll be willing to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Ladd? Yes, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. With regard to parent involvement, are you aware that there are already apps and programs out there that parents and children can talk to each other and have a conversation about time management use during the day, set time limits, allow certain apps to be used during certain parts of the day?
Yeah, I am, but I'll go back to some of the research that I found when I talked to Dr. Ranzulli down at the University of Connecticut, who is in charge of the Gifted Talented program. And Dr. Ranzulli said, your mind's going to be on one thing at a time. You maybe have instances like that where you can switch back and forth. If that phone is not to be used at all, then the mind is on learning that history lesson, which is going forward. So with all the apps, I know what we can do. We can shut them off, turn them on, buzz them, do all that. I think we got to, before we lose this thing totally, we need to really support our teachers in the classroom, and teachers are asking, let us control this. Give us what we need. Instructional time is not where this cell phone should be unless we allow it. And we've talked about that before here with the social media and all that. And we've talked about how that impacted those people in the career technical education. They need it. You know, it's just like fixing that stove I talked about this morning where the CF-2 comes on. And where am I going to get the information to fix it? On my cell phone. And that may be the same way it's going to be when we have some issues discussed in the classroom, especially when you're talking about diesel mechanics. Today, I don't think there's many mechanics that work without that cell phone. But in the classroom, there's some content that the teacher's paid to deliver. Let the teacher do it. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Ladd, for bringing this extremely important piece of legislation forward. In your research, have you been able to find out any statistics on numbers on how many instances and sites of pornography that high school students have been accessing?
I don't have the numbers or the information. We've talked about that where we've had cross-district bullying going on, and yeah, it's horrible what's going on, and somehow we got to stop it. And the only way I can do it is turn that switch off.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. The next, Leo Walchko.
Good morning. Leah Walchko from Manchester. I was a teacher at the high school level and middle school for about 10 years. I had a time in between two times. It wasn't 10 years continuous. It started in Manchester, and then I went to Londonderry, and then I did other things, and then I went back to teaching again, and I ended up back in Manchester. So I am in support of this bill. I don't think it even goes far enough. To tell you the truth, I would make it that there is no, that's it. You put your phone in the little bucket when you walk in the door. You'll pick it up on the way out. But I'll take it if this is what we can do. So I want to talk about 3 classrooms. One is a girl that taught next to me on this side of me when I went to Manchester the first time. Her name was Lauren, and she taught some of the highest science classes for sophomores in the district. And when I came back 10 years later, she was still in the same classroom, still teaching the same classes. And I got to talk to her because she was right next to me. And she had had to abandon entire units of biochemistry. She didn't teach it anymore because these kids that are destined for nursing, doctors, veterinarians, engineers could no longer do it. They could not comprehend the material. They could 10 years earlier, but they couldn't now. And she's a good teacher. It took her years to give up on it before she finally realized it can't be done. So this isn't a problem for one cohort of kids. That's what happened to my next door neighbor, to the highest kids in Manchester. Then I'll talk about my classroom. My classroom, when I came back, I was taught like the middle area kids. They're tracked. Mine were all going to college. Some of them thought they were going much higher than they probably could because of the level that they were in. But they had aspirations, some of them quite high. And in February, the last year I taught at Memorial High School, out of desperation, I took my own February vacation and I called every single parent of all of my students. I started with the Fs and I made my way up the list. Susie's a great kid, love to have her in class, super fun personality. Unfortunately, Susie's failing. And, we can do something about it though. I noticed she's on her phone a lot. And I bought one of these shoe organizers, the clear ones that you can see through. And I'm going to hang it on my wall right near the door. And if you want, I'll put your name on the list that Susie knows she has to deposit her phone when she walks in my door. And because she was failing, Susie's mommy said yes. And so I went to the F's and then the D's and then the C's. And by the time I got to the B's, I was able to say, Jeff doesn't have any problem, but he too would benefit from a more organized classroom time. And I got unanimity and I became an urban legend. I had kids that I had never had, kids that were taking senior science that were never my student, that came in, they wanted to see it. It had become that big of a story. So I didn't know this bill existed. If I did in time, if I had known in time, I would have gone and I would have dug through my things. But I kept the records of what happened. And we were going into the lower end of the year. Like summer is around the bend. Kids start to fall off. But my scores went up. They went up across the board. I wish I had the actual figures here for you, but I can tell you that it was across the board, everybody did better. They had a hard time adjusting. It wouldn't have been as hard for them if it wasn't a single classroom that this was happening. But they're addicted. They're chemically, physically addicted. The phones were built to be addictive. The people that created this technology have said so themselves. It was built so that you can't leave it alone. So it isn't only time off task that we could literally sit there and measure with a little stopwatch. It's that when a 14-year-old's mind, whose attention is so fragile now, so fragile, when it's broken because that thing vibrates, there's no way to measure how many minutes, if at all, they ever are able to bring their attention truly back to bear of what we're talking about. It can be gone for good in a single, let me see, text it back, oh, smiley face, whatever it is, it's gone. So it's not measurable, the loss in learning time. The last person I want to talk about is the guy that was on the other side of me. He was there when I started, he was there when I returned, and he was teaching the lowest level freshman science classes. And because it became a thing of urban legend, there was a lot of talk in the science department about this crazy thing that I had done. He didn't want it done because, and I don't even blame him, the behavior in the classroom is so bad that he said, at least they're quiet. And the few kids that he could hope to try to work on a lesson with could be down front and the others could be in the back, zombified on their phone. So here's the thing. It's our fault. It's the adults' fault that this is happening. You cannot expect an addicted 13-year-old child to be able to leave it alone. They can't. And so we need to be the adults in the room. We need to, I don't believe we need to be able to use a phone, but fine. You want to say that there are some lessons that they all need to be on their phone. I'm not going to try to derail it for that. But if you don't pass something like this, nothing else you do here is going to matter. It isn't going to matter what the curriculum is, what the supports are, how long the day is, what kind of whatever, because they're not there. If they're not there, they can't be reached. I don't care what book you use, what method you teach. So as a teacher, because you kind of always are, it's got that Semper Fi type of thing, right? Once a teacher, always a teacher. For the benefit of my colleagues that are still in the trenches, and for the benefit of these poor young people who have no ability to, we can't even do it. I've watched some people in here sitting on their phone. We can't do it, and we didn't come up with our brains interfacing with this technology, and we can't do it. So I strongly urge you to pass this bill or make it even stronger. If you have any questions, I'll take.
Thank you very much. Questions, possibly? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my, well, it's a question statement. Do you know that Manchester has passed a cell phone electronic policy? They have to be put away at the beginning of the day, all day long? They
No.
can't be taken out?
I don't know. I think that's awesome. I know that they were, I had one of the school board members is it new?
It's pretty recent, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
better late than never.
yeah. Yeah,
Further questions? Yes, Representative Morse.
yeah.
I think I already know the answer for this one, but may as well ask. If you could change anything in here to make it even more, as you say, restrictive, what would it be?
The language in the bill, I would take out these exceptions, and I would just say that the phones are not to be, I don't think they should be seen during the school day. I really don't. You know, the thing he discussed about them walking down the hall and talking to each other, it isn't only in those 3 minutes in between classes when they pass, which is really some of their major socializing time. It isn't only then. It's at lunch. They just sit lost in a dream. They're not there. They're not able to like learn how to share a meal with people. Personally, if I had it my way, I would have it, you put your phone away, not to be seen in the day at all. You pick it up at night when you leave the building. You know, parents get freaked out because we're addicted. And now we've gotten to these habits of we don't like deal with what needs to be dealt with before school in the morning. We want to be able to text, oh, do you need a ride? Oh, you know, did you get this picked up or whatever? And there can be some, you know, outcry that people are so addicted to this way of communicating that they don't like the idea of a change, but I'm confident that we'll be fine. You know, we raised kids before without being able to text them. I caught that one though. I caught him, and we called him Walter White after that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being
Thank
here and
you.
for your testimony. Next would be Superintendent McGee and Cameron, one of the students.
So first off, thank you very much for allowing us to be here. My name's Chip McGee. I'm the superintendent of schools in the Pelham School District. It's wonderful to have Cameron Marvin here. He's an 8th grader. I'm just going to do a very brief introduction, and then he's going to do most of the speaking. So the Pelham Memorial School, our middle school, enacted a program to have cell phones not just off and away, but locked and away during the school day at the beginning of this school year. And so there was some concern in the community, but we went ahead with this program. And I would tell you, I could have done a data presentation. There's very good data about fewer incidents in the bathrooms, increased time on task, great satisfaction from teachers. But when we were putting a presentation for the board together, Cameron offered to speak. And when I saw this bill come forward, I was very excited. I'm in support of it. And I asked Cameron whether he would dust off what he said and prepare it for this group. And so I think his firsthand experience is going to be far more interesting than anything an old superintendent would say. So, Cameron?
Thank you to Committee Chair Cordelli and Vice Chair Noble for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you to all the representatives of education policy and administration. My name is Cameron Marvin. I'm an 8th grader at Pelham Memorial School. This year, we implemented the use of Yondr pouches within our policy to restrict the use of personal cell phones during the school day. I wanted to share my experience as a student with the new pouches so far. Since I'm a teenager, I definitely do not like getting up for school every day. Once I'm there, I like school, and I really like our teachers. One of the hardest adjustments I've had to make while starting middle school was dealing with all the distractions within the classrooms. These major distractions were mostly from kids using their phone. They were not only distracting while doing it, but they had to be spoken to, which interrupted the class. Sometimes this would be multiple times a class, and it is frustrating when class has to stop so much. The teachers were trying to talk, but they would have to pause frequently because they caught someone using their phone. It made it really hard to focus on what they were saying or do independent work. Many times, kids would have their phones open and check Snapchat, show others videos, texting, playing games, or sometimes even taking some photos or videos. It was every single day. When you went into the restroom, there would always be someone in there on the phone or a group of people using them. I would see a lot of destructive behavior in the restrooms because some kids think it's funny to record while doing something wrong. Having the ability to record the behavior and show it off would give kids more of the temptation to do it. Since Yondr started this year, classes have been much more calm, and I can definitely see it and feel it every day. With Yondr, the temptation to use the phone in class is not there because no one has access to it. The kids are not getting in trouble in class as much, and the teachers can teach the whole class without having to tell someone to put their phones away or send them to the office. The good thing is that you don't see just one person standing out and being punished with their phone taken away. Everyone is equal, and everyone has to do the same thing with their phone. No one has that extra pressure. The stress of using a restroom break has gone away. I used to be afraid of what I would walk into. I would be afraid that if something was damaged, I would walk in on it and it was happening, or I would have to be questioned later because I signed out to use the restroom. Since the kids cannot use their phones, they cannot record any behaviors to show off to others. That has kept a lot of kids from even attempting half the things they used to do. When people ask me how it's going with Yondr, the main description I can give is that it's more peaceful. There's a huge weight lifted off our shoulders. The phones are out of sight and everyone knows it, so in a way, it makes the day much calmer. I love that I can pay more attention when the teacher is talking. It is very hard to focus when the teacher is explaining a lesson or directions, while a few kids next to you are sneaking on the phone. I used to leave school stressed out on many days because I couldn't focus in class. School does not come easy to me, and I have to pay attention and work hard for all my grades. With all the TikToks being made, videos or photos taken, and all the kids sneaking their phones, it was stressful when trying so hard to pay attention. I could tell that the teachers did their best to keep the cell phones away, but let me tell you something. A 13-year-old is really good at hiding it. Teachers can't see every single thing while talking in front of the room. I'm not really sure how anyone could ever teach if they had to be looking for phones the whole class. In the beginning, kids were very vocal and annoyed about the pouches, but I think that is because we don't know enough about it. I'm on the football team in Pelham, as well as the baseball team, and I am also in the middle school band. Because of that, I have a very diverse group of friends, classmates, and teammates. Many that I have heard opinions from do not mind and say that they appreciate it now. The fact that the pressure of the temptation to use the phone, even for a quick second, is gone makes things much more calm. The office always allows us to call a parent if we need to talk to them about something important, such as rides home, or if something is canceled after school. That is something the kids and parents can feel good about. I know this isn't an official survey or anything, but when talking to my friends and classmates, they don't mind it anymore. I've seen firsthand the negative effects of cell phone usage in class. Since the start of this program, I've yet to see any negative effects of restricting the phone use. With this being said, I feel that HB 131 should pass, and the school boards within the state should adopt a policy in order to govern student cell phone use in schools, like we have done in Pelham. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameron, for your testimony. It was very interesting. I had one question. What was the reaction when you said about use of these pouches, particularly among parents?
Me and then you?
Sure.
So as the superintendent, there was a pretty significant reaction. Some about equal measure, thank goodness. I really appreciated some of the testimony we've already heard. And then some don't, or very upset about encroachment on freedom or safety issues and security issues. And so we had to work through those. And it was something that I was grateful that the community and my school board supported. So, reactions when you first heard about it?
I mean, there was a bunch of mostly kids that didn't really like it because it's an addiction, and it is frustrating when kids don't have their phones for a certain period of time. But I started to actually like it and see the use of it, and how everybody else is reacting to it too.
So I had one other thing, which is we still have frequent petitions from students to try and get it overturned. The tension is still there. It's not like it's happily ever after.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you both for being here today. Cameron, you were wonderful. You were articulate, concise, convincing. You should be a spokesman for Yonder, and you've got the hair too. I think. So I'm so happy that you brought this up, and I have to tell you that admittedly so, I think I'm addicted too, because as you were talking, I have a cell phone bill as well. I wanted to grab my phone and look it up during your test, and it's hard to just step back and say no. So I wanted to ask you about Yonder because I have the Yonder paperwork too. And the bill that I'm bringing forward, I wanted to get your opinion, please. It was grant money, which I know is like taboo because it's budget season, right? But it was a $250,000 statewide grant for schools to apply because the Yonder pouches are about $30 per head.
Exactly $30.
Right. And I understand that for the for the teachers, it can be very uncomfortable to have to police this throughout the day. And just like we heard, the kids do have the dummy phones, right? With all the upgrades, hand the dummy phone. So my question to you is, what do you think about that? Because I was thinking this would help gain momentum with positive testimonials and it would gain traction throughout the state. And I'm sorry that it wasn't available when you did this.
Yeah, so I would say, speaking only from our experience, I'm not here in terms of speaking for other districts, but at Pelham Memorial School, it was a transformative impact, and it's because it is locked in a way, and I would add, in the student's possession. So we're not taking a $600 device away from them all day, but they can't access it. It's also very smooth to operate. I feel like a spokesman for the company, but it is one of the few tools that I found in schools that had an instant and high value impact.
Follow?
Just quickly too, would you mind sharing, my understanding is limited, but my understanding is that you carry the pouch and then there are magnets throughout the school wherever the children are allowed to use, excuse me, students, you're not a child, the exits or wherever do you just touch this magnet with your pouch and it opens up, or how does that work?
So the magnet, there's like a little piece at the top that actually connects it. And when you use the magnet, there's a mechanism inside that releases it when you press onto it. I'm not 100% sure how it works.
Yeah, you know those things that they put on clothes so you don't shoplift, and that people can take off of, the clerk can take off. I would also tell you that now that students have been doing it for this year, it literally takes a student less than a second to get it unlocked. And you don't need the magnet to lock it.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Once again, thank you, as I'm sure everyone else will say the same thing, for your presentation and coming here. It's terrific to see a student speaking. Just a question. Cameron, how did you happen to know about this bill?
He's being nice. I told him.
You didn't find it on your phone then. Okay. All right. Thank you. I was just curious how a student responded. Thank you.
He called him on the phone.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I texted.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, and thanks for the question. I just wanted to be clear, we're also talking about the instance when phones are also medical devices. Does this...
That's a really great question. As Representative Ladd mentioned, any accommodation, whether it's for a special education, a medical accommodation, a disability 504, all of those are exceptions. And there's a very clear process. Well, we already have those processes, and we made it clear up front there will be exceptions. People use it for diabetes, for example, tracking, and those are exceptions, and they have to be.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here. This was very helpful, Cameron. But my question is probably better directed at you, the superintendent. The policy seems to be working in Pelham. Would this bill require you to adopt a new policy, or are you already compliant with what this bill would say?
We are compliant, and I will editorialize that just from my personal point of view, the proposed bill simply doesn't go as far as needed. The exceptions as enforced by teachers is too much to ask of teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hall.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So there are exceptions for 504s, IEPs. Are there exceptions for the educators themselves if it's a science class and they want the kids to be doing data on their phone?
No.
That's not acceptable.
No, we are fortunate that students have devices, they have Chromebooks. The radical difference, I would say, to the committee is that a cell phone accesses data through a cellular network that's unfiltered. A Chromebook accesses data through our network that is filtered. So I don't really see any place where accessing data through an unfiltered cell phone is appropriate in a school setting.
Thank you.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. I can't see you, but I know you're there. Oh, there you are now. Thank you, Cameron, for your testimony today. I think it's so helpful to have students come from time to time when there are issues that impact them directly. And this is not the first instance where we've had students come and testify, but I think it's so important that we hear directly from you and others, because you're the ones who are being affected adversely in a very significant way. I don't want to forget the teachers in this instance, but thank you very much. We don't want to overlook or lose your voice. I'm wondering how long the policy has been in place at Pelham, sir, and what your observation would be, provided it's been more than a week or two. What's your observation with respect to how this is impacting either positively or negatively student academic performance?
So in terms of timeline, we implemented this right at the beginning of this school year. So August 23rd, I believe. And in terms of impact, I don't know yet from a state assessment point of view. That's in the spring. But that is one of the intents of this, is to improve academic performance. I do know that our diagnostic testing, which is called iReady, has shown some preliminary indications of a positive direction, but I can't draw that conclusion yet. And I don't know if you had anything about impact on academics. No.
Consistently outstanding, so it doesn't make any difference.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for coming in front of us, especially you, Mr. Marvin. You did a wonderful job. Very, very well. Very applaud you for that. I have a question about behavior issues in the past and currently what you're seeing, Superintendent. Could you tell me if you're seeing any improvement in behavior issues?
Yeah, so the definitive answer is yes. As measured by discipline matters related to the bathroom, as Cameron spoke about. But I'd go one step further, which is to say the principal, wonderful principal at Pelham Memorial School, his name is Zach Medlock. He disagreed with me 2 years ago pretty completely that this was an issue, because if you walked the halls 2 years ago, you did not see a cell phone problem. Because 13-year-olds are good at hiding it. So it happened out of view. He has changed 180 degrees, and he'll admit it. He kind of wanted to just let the kids learn through experience, was his argument. And he said, we did have a problem, I just couldn't see it. So less in the bathroom, but also I think the discussion of time on task is really significant. Many fewer interruptions.
Wonderful follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Would you believe there was a time that when I was in high school that you could smoke cigarettes in the courtyard? And we rallied against that when they outlawed it. And guess what? They were right.
Yeah.
So
I appreciate that. I think the analogy to cigarettes is apt.
thank you so much.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli, for allowing me to do this. Superintendent, just a question. This is the middle school. I'm not familiar with the Pelham system.
Yep.
I'm assuming there's a high school.
There is.
Is your intention to move this progress through the whole school system?
Yeah, so I had said from the moment we put it in place at Memorial that I intended to put it in a high school. The high school student government very skillfully organized themselves to make the case that they can police themselves. And so the principal at the high school, Don Mead, and I have given them a year reprieve. But we will put it in place if and when we see it to be necessary. But they did ask, as high school students, so we switched to off and away there this year. It used to be you could have it out. Now it's off and away, just like Manchester. And so I'm not planning next year to implement it, but I will as soon as the principal and I see it necessary.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, both of you, for being here today.
Thank you.
Gary Hoffman?
High school, they put it in the trial this year. That was a big thing. Kids at lunch, they were amazed. They didn't have the phone at lunch. They talked to other kids. They had nothing else to do. They had nothing else to do.
See there?
Yeah, there you go.
Gary Hoffman. I live in Nashua, New Hampshire, and I rise in support of this legislation. I am the president of the Nashua Teachers Union, and I represent approximately 1,000 teachers in the Nashua School District, as well as an additional 400 school support staff. And I just want to first thank Representative Ladd for crafting this bill. I think it's a good bill. It gives school districts a little bit of leeway. It puts exemptions for 504s and IEPs. So if a student has a learning disability that requires cell phone use or a medical exemption, that would be like in a 504 oftentimes, this bill allows that. And so, I think that this is really needed. This shouldn't be a controversial bill. I mean, many countries have banned cell phones. We have France, Brazil, the Netherlands, Italy, Portugal, Finland, even China have restricted cell phone use in schools for students. The United Nations last year put out a report warning about the dangers of cell phone use by students in schools. So I think it's time that New Hampshire passed something similar. My school district, the teachers have asked for a bill like this. And in fact, this year, our high schools organized themselves and they just conducted a survey that we're going to be sharing with our superintendent and assistant superintendent to get teacher attitudes at the high school level regarding cell phone use. And 210 high school teachers did take this cell phone survey, and I would just like to share some of the results of the survey. Now, this survey was created by an AP psychology teacher, Paul Menard, as well as a longtime veteran English teacher and member of my executive board, Walter Freeman. And Representative Freeman, our teacher, Walter Freeman, actually said something similar that you just did about cigarette smoking. But, he actually said, I think that in 20 years, we're going to look at giving unfettered cell phone access to students, really in the same way that 40 years ago we had smoking stations in schools. I mean, but I think that was about the time, it was the early 80s where they started to go away.
It was 1979.
Really? Okay, I was close. All right. Well, yeah, I think your analogy really worked well, though. They are addictive. But when the survey results came through, the 210 high school teachers responded this way. 89.6% of them agreed that cell phone access lowered student concentration, with 64.8% strongly agreeing. 86.7% of the respondents agreed that cell phones hindered students' ability to complete lengthy assignments, and 58.6% strongly agreed. 82.8% of the respondents agreed that cell phones reduce peer engagement, with 53% strongly agreeing. And 89.5% agreed that cell phones interfered with self-directed learning, and 60% strongly agreed with that statement. Now, in the Nashua School District, the current policy, if we don't really have anything formal, is basically it's teacher discretion. But we surveyed that amongst high school teachers, And 69% of the respondents reported dissatisfaction with their ability to enforce phone-related expectations in their own classrooms. So it sort of echoes what some of the previous speakers said. You know, teachers would like to enforce this, enforce cell phone use in their classrooms, but increasingly they've had a really tough time because they are so addictive. So I don't want to take a lot of your time, but I did want to lend my voice as a person that did teach for 22 years in the Nashua School District. I'm currently on leave as a representative of the Nashua Teachers Union. I'm letting you know that the 1,000 or so teachers in the Nashua School District would appreciate this, and we really thank the authors of this legislation. I'll entertain any questions.
Representative Dry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. In the middle of this bill, it says districts are encouraged to consider exceptions to student use during instruction. So it doesn't close the door to prohibiting it. Is that still not good enough in your mind, or is that okay?
My personal viewpoint as a teacher is it doesn't go far enough. However, I'm smart enough to know that it's probably more likely that this would pass with that exception. There might be some very strong feelings about having stronger language. I think for a first step, this is a good policy as written.
Further questions? Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us. So what I heard you say is that there are a lot of teachers in Nashua who are having an issue with this. And it's not a new issue, it's something that's been ongoing. And the one question I'm going to ask you is, have you gone in front of your school board and expressed these concerns to them?
So we follow chain of command, and our teachers right now have formed a committee with our assistant superintendent, with the blessing of our superintendent, to research this issue. And we are hoping that these survey results will get our central office administration on board. I think they're going to get there. And we were planning to craft a policy together to take to the school board, because we know any policy we bring forward is going to have a lot more weight if we do it with the superintendent and assistant superintendent of schools.
Yes, Representative Salig.
Thank you so much. So the two-part question, I guess. The first part is, I'm in a district that already has a cell phone policy as a district, which we've had our own hiccups with. But do you think that we need a state mandate for this, or do you think that local control around making these policies is sufficient?
The state policy will help teachers all throughout New Hampshire enforce this. If we can tell our students, oh, this is just state law, that will help us so much. It really will, honestly, and we would love your backing on this.
May I ask a follow-up?
Follow.
And I know, I'm from a district that's fortunate enough where students are issued Chromebooks or other devices to be able to use.
And we have that in Nashua as well.
Is that something that's universal across New Hampshire, or do we have districts that can't afford to provide those to their students, where if they need to access research that they might not be able to get to within the classroom, that having that access would make it more available?
Well, I can only speak specifically to Nashua's 10,000 students. We have one-to-one access at the secondary level, the middle and high school levels, and I believe we're getting to that level at the elementary. But the beauty of this bill is if you have a community that is in that situation, and there may be some, it does offer for instructional use only, on teacher discretion, they might be able to craft a policy to kind of get what you're getting at. But, that's a really, I don't know, to rely on personal student devices, that's an incredibly unfair thing, because, certain kids are going to have iPhone 17s. Others, might not barely have anything. So I hope that the state wouldn't be something we would hope to rely on. I hope that we would strive to get one-to-one computing eventually.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Hoffman.
Hey, thank you.
Brian Hawkins?
Going for the hat trick today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time. For the record, Brian Hawkins representing NEA New Hampshire. We are in support of a state law that would require this type of minimum standard for school districts to adopt a policy restricting or prohibiting cell phone use in our schools. And some of the previous speakers, I think, captured really well, the reasons for that. And so I won't repeat those. NEA nationally recently conducted a nationwide survey of its members and found that 90% of NEA members supported a school policy prohibiting cell phone personal devices during instructional time, and 83% supporting prohibiting during the entire school day. And some of the takeaways included that cell phone bans in schools were proliferating in the face of mounting evidence that devices are taking a serious toll on students' ability to focus in the classroom and their overall mental health. There are a lot of district policies out there, but many of them can be vague and inconsistent and in some cases difficult to enforce. And so a lot of local educator unions are trying to advocate for tougher and more uniform approaches that will allow them to spend more time teaching in their classrooms and less time being cell phone police. In anticipation of this issue being a significant topic this session, NEA New Hampshire did survey over the winter break some of our local leaders, specifically asking about whether their district had a policy and sort of some follow-up questions depending on whether they did or didn't. And just to summarize that, the noticeable trend with those responses was that first, that it did make a positive difference in their school for those who did, but especially those who had a restriction that lasted throughout the school day and not just during instructional time. And Representative Ladd did a good job, I think, describing that, it's not just absolutely the instructional time, but also that the socialization time, hallways, lunchroom, et cetera. So specifically to the bill, I'll go specifically to the bill. We would just want to comment on some of the language that's been brought up, specifically about such policy shall restrict the use of student personal cell phone use during class instruction without educator approval. Our concern here would be that this sort of puts too much into the individual educator or teacher's hands to be the cell phone police. And so that's where I think if you did go broader, I would say that lasting throughout the school day would be one way to address this. If opportunities when students can use cell phones in a class are needed, this should probably be based on the school policy and at the administrative level and not at the classroom level. And it should be consistent throughout the school. Another thing we found too was within a school district, you may have one school, say the middle school, that has a complete, ban on cell phone use, but maybe not the high school. And we've heard from some of our locals where they said at the high school, they want the middle school's policy. And so we've heard that too. And then the second piece that I wanted to raise about the bill was the exceptions. And I do think that with respect to, so that goes to the sentence about on line 5 about districts being encouraged to consider exceptions. Rather than that sentence, I think the last sentence, I think those exceptions are important. I would add to those multilingual learners as one of those exceptions, because I do know that there, in addition to the superintendent earlier brought up medical needs as well. So, but the principles I'll just leave you with that I think are important from some of the surveying that we've done is that is bell to bell is important. And I think it does make it easier to enforce. Of the people who, I may be repeating myself, but of the people who did have policies restricting them during instructional times, the occasional time where we would see someone say it did not make as much of a difference, having a prohibition, was when it was instructional time only and not throughout the school day. So, but overall, it was a positive impact. And so, the other thing I would leave you with is, some of the reactions from individual reactions that we got from our members who do have these policies were really encouraging. And a couple of them that stood out to me was about the school building being just more calm, less tense. The issues about cyberbullying, doesn't cure them all, but the superintendent from Pelham earlier, I think, brought up some of these examples that we've seen in other schools. And I think, so I would echo all of those. And, but again, we support this type of a bill and happy to work with the committee to make sure it's something that is good for all students in New Hampshire. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you again, Chairman Cordelli, members of the committee, Bear Christina School Boards Association. We didn't specifically take a position on the bill, but we certainly support efforts to restrict cell phone bans in schools. Just a little bit of brief history. NHSBA does have a sample policy on electronic communication devices. My notes say that we revised in 2006. I don't have any specific recollection of that, but I do remember in 2010, we revised to basically prohibit electronic communication devices. And we called electronic communication devices because before cell phones, we had kids that had pagers and beepers. Some of you may remember those. And so our sample policy initially did implement a ban, basically bell to bell, if you will. The administrators liked it. There was some pushback from parents, obviously, for some of the reasons that have been discussed, safety and security, and it's my device and you can't take it, things of that nature. We have not revised the sample policy primarily because I think districts have been able to navigate that on themselves. We heard from Pelham, Representative Cornell mentioned that Manchester has a pretty robust policy that I've looked at. And I also had initial concerns about, is it one more thing for school boards to do? But certainly hearing the testimony today, I think it's undeniable that that some sort of restriction or ban on cell phones limiting student use during the school day is going to be beneficial for staff, students, and primarily for the students. Representative Litchfield, I did see your bill as well too. We like that yours has the appropriation. Representative Ladd does not. These are not inexpensive. Some districts can afford these yonder pouches. Other districts, we know it's going to be a fiscal challenge for them. We certainly work with the committee if there are any amendments, if you want. The one thing that I think is beneficial for this is that I forget who it was that mentioned is now school boards can point to the law and say, parents, we have an obligation to do this, and we'll sort of craft the policy in line with whatever language comes out of this bill or Representative Litchfield's bill. One last point that I do want to mention, Representative Terry, you asked Superintendent McGee if Pelham had seen any academic improvement yet, and he said it was a little bit too soon to identify that. I was at a conference in Providence, Rhode Island back in September, and there was a presentation from a principal at a middle school in Providence, and they had just wrapped up 2 years of cell phone bans. He said, and again, middle school, so ages, 11 to 14 or so. He said in the 2 years that they had implemented this ban and they were using the yonder pouches, they saw instances of bullying go down. Because instances of bullying went down, there were fewer fist fights in the cafeteria and the locker room. Because there was less bullying and fewer fist fights, student attendance went up. Because student attendance went up, there was more time on task. Because there was more time on task, there was an academic an undeniable academic improvement with student performance. So we think that we think that limiting the use of these cell phones within the school district can alleviate a lot of what I'll just call social ills or societal ills while simultaneously increasing student outcomes and student performance. So we're happy to work with the legislature. If you want to see some sample policies, I can pass those on to Jen, but that's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just wondering if you have a sense of how many school districts do have policies in place at this time?
Yeah, thank you very much. We don't track that, Representative. We send it out, our sample policies out, but we don't track which districts adopt which policies. That also is, I believe it's an optional policy. I forget if we categorize it optional or recommended. So an optional policy, it's impossible to know. Yeah.
Further questions? Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for mentioning what you learned at the conference in Rhode Island. I lived in Rhode Island for over 30 years and witnessed as a parent a real deterioration in academic performance, student behavior, and so forth in the Providence metro area particularly. And so I was very heartened to hear you provide that additional information. Thank you.
I'm glad I could do that, sir.
Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question.
Certainly.
So you may not be the best person to ask, but I know at least you know many of the sample policies that you have out there. In looking at the exceptions regarding, I don't know, let's say it's necessary for an IEP or a 504, oftentimes is it already in school policy that the child would be assigned like a district device or something if they needed it for their IEP?
Yeah, that's a good question, Representative. Thank you very much. Without wasting the committee's more time, I don't know that. Becky would answer the special ed aspect to that. I know our sample policy, I can tell you anecdotally, I think some school districts do provide a device to a child. I don't know if it's necessarily a cell phone or maybe a tablet of some sort, but yeah, I think that I just anecdotally, I think that's certainly been wrapped into IEPs and the district may be paying for some of those for some students and kids. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. In the event of assisted technology for learning, that's one conversation. But in the event of like another device that would be collecting medical data to monitor a health condition, that's often housed on a personal medical device within a phone. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. I have no idea, Representative. That's outside of my scope of knowledge.
Yes, Representative Selig.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. So first, I know, for example, my kid's IEP has her allowed to take out her device for music during tests so that she can focus on the test and how one aspect of ADHD works. But are there districts that you're aware of where if they brought in these policies, they would need financial support to be able to have some kind of device for storing phones or some type of, like, that wouldn't be able to, that don't necessarily already have money in their budget for these kinds of things that would need state support to be able to make that happen?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. So as the bill is written, no, it does not require districts to purchase any technology or equipment to implement a cell phone ban. I'm just going to call it a cell phone ban and we're not getting into the between class and lunch and all that. That would be primarily a local decision with how a district wanted to, one, craft their policy, and two, what measures or steps a district would want to take to ensure compliance and enforcement with the policy. Now, just hearing the testimony and what little I know of the conference I was at, yes, the Yonder bag is probably the best way to ensure compliance with the policy. For districts that don't have the money to purchase I'll call it a device or equipment similar to Yonder or the Yonder bag, there's going to have to be education, training, and parental buy-in. And I should also say too, this just jumped jumped in my head in reading a sample policy from somewhere, and I don't want to derail this, I really don't, but are we going to include smartwatches with cell phones? Jared should have kept his mouth shut. I'm just saying.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I distinctly heard somebody say that there is a grant that is available for about $250,000. So you did hear that as well.
If I may, Representative, correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Litchfield has a similar bill, and I forget somewhere in the 700s. I forget the bill number, Representative. I think it just came out yesterday, maybe. Sorry, but you're not touching your device. Fantastic. I was looking at it earlier. Representative Litchfield has a similar bill, and I believe the language is exactly the same, except for the fact that Representative Litchfield seeks to appropriate $250,000 on some sort of competitive grant, if you will, that districts can apply for to get some money to offset the cost of these pouches. Don't let my smartphone comment derail this. You have my word that, when we're looking at policy statewide, if a local district wants to include smartphones on that, they can without having to tinker with the proposed bill or any legislation.
Thank you very much. See no further questions.
Thank you.
We thank you. And call up next Anne Marie Banfield.
This chair.
Okay, so I do come here in support of HB 131. Years ago, we were told by education reformers that students didn't need to know their math facts, and calculators were the new technology that would replace the need for students to memorize math facts. That did happen. That fad harmed math education in this country, like many fads that sometimes filter through the public schools. Today, there are more fads than filtering through the public schools too, to profit technology, the industry, not to help students. We all know that cell phones in class are distractions for students. We know that they certainly do not help students learn. There may be exceptions for students who have special needs, but for the average student in school, they've become distractions. And I do appreciate that there are exceptions in here, medical reasons, 504, things like that. I think it needs to be flexible. We don't want a one size fits all. But I feel the same is true for the one-to-one devices that students now use in school and at home to complete their homework. I believe it's a matter of time before we finally acknowledge the mistake of replacing books and textbooks with Chromebooks and iPads. It was a moneymaker, again, for the technology industry, but not always good for taxpayers and students, and I'm happy to elaborate on this serious negative impact at the end if you would like. So I do think that removing phones is a good step. Cell phones do not have to be removed entirely, but during class time, it should definitely be. Some have said that banning cell phones in class will be hard to enforce, but I heard a great solution to that. One teacher reported that in her school, if a cell phone is taken away from the student because they are breaking the rules, the parent must pick it up. That pretty much ends that right away. If you have to have the parent coming in every day to pick up the cell phone that the kid's using, a lot of times that resolves itself. Sweden is going in the direction of eliminating technology in school. They say that it has created students who do not know basic skills. There's clear scientific evidence that digital tools impair rather than enhance student learning. Sweden's Karolinska Institute, a highly respected medical school focused on research, said in a statement in August on the country's national digitalization strategy in education. The push for technology in the classroom began with ESSA when it was signed into law. I have no doubt that the technology industry made sure that that provision was in the federal law. It's a profit maker. It's a data miner. When it comes at high school, where I live, students unplug from their digital devices for a day to raise awareness about how technology impacts their life. I was really pleased to know that our superintendent had supported this. And I'll read to you some of their findings on the SAU 21 website if you would like to go look at them yourself. I'm going to condense them. I'm not going to read the entire thing. We do not have to live without technology, and that's certainly not what I'm suggesting, as it can enhance our lives. But after many years of experimenting on children, there are a great deal of negative implications that come from screen time. So if you go to the SAU 21 website, I'm just going to read the highlighted parts. You can read the entire thing on the website.
Do you have that in written? Maybe you just submit that?
Okay,
and we
I
can
think
pass
some of
around
it
to
will
everybody?
answer some of the questions that you
Okay,
had
briefly,
on the
please.
impact. Okay, yeah, let me just do this real quick. Teachers were encouraged to integrate phone and laptop-free activities in class throughout the day. The library had board games and puzzles, and students played trivia at lunch. It was a very heartwarming and eye-opening experience. This is from some of the people. I also enjoyed seeing everyone's face in the hallway and had much fun during lunch playing trivia and really connecting with my friends and teachers. I'll turn this in. I'll leave it at that. One complaint I did, well, I don't know if it's a complaint, from a Pelham parent was the cost to the school district. So I think if your legislation were to cover that for these schools, I probably wouldn't have got that phone call. So I think that that's one of the concerns among parents is the cost to the school district. So maybe if that goes hand in hand, that would alleviate that concern. That's it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Questions for Ms. Banfield? Yes, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Banfield, for coming in front of us. How do you think technology has impacted the classroom?
Oh, okay. So I did bring that up. Well, I think first of all, again, I'm not against technology, but from day one, when I got phone calls from parents that were looking at their kids' iPad and finding naked pictures of other students. Okay, so that's a problem. Because first of all, boys can be charged with possessing pornography if they have, if they're sharing that information. I had a nurse tell me one time that that when a adolescent tries to commit suicide, goes into the ER, is in the hospital, the nurses have to sit there with that student and do the whole, if they're, because sometimes they can be in the hospital for a week before they actually get admitted into the mental health institution. So they have to sit there if they're on their iPads, and they have to sit there and watch these kids, because what happens, some of them are like a cell phone. So they're getting messages. And so some of the messages is kill yourself. That's what she told me. That some of the messages that the kids are in the hospital for trying to commit suicide, this is the messages that they're getting on their iPads or Chromebooks. They have to take them because they have homework to do. A husband of a teacher told me one time he has to sit with his daughter to do homework because all she wants to do is do YouTube videos.
Right.
So he was forced to sit there with her and do homework.
Maybe we can restrict it to the bill itself.
Okay, all right. There's only a couple more. The screen time from optometrists, just talk to them. Mental health, so there's problems.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. The Honorable Wendy Piper.
Thank you. I'm Wendy Piper, former state representative and current Grafton County Commissioner. I wasn't intending to say anything about this bill today, but just my luck. I came in because I was at a county government meeting and I saw the bills about one superintendent, for instance, per county, and I thought, well, my county, and then I went off. And so I saw this bill and decided that I would like to just add a little bit, maybe it's a different perspective. So just add, I think the testimony has been so incredibly informative for me, but I'm a lifelong educator, college professor. And I was asked by my son's high school teacher last year to come in and guest teach a course. Did I say English? High school English teacher. I'm in English. I was asked to come in and guest teach. I had a blast. I was there for 2 weeks and I loved it. It was wonderful, but I was stunned. I was stunned at the cell phone use. My son, we'd been in the community for a long time, so everybody knew me. And so, some students would take out their cell phone, and then as soon as I would look up, they would, sorry, Ms. Piper, that sort of thing. And I guess I just want to take this from the perspective of a college professor, that we say that we want the best for our students. And I'm telling you that when our children get to the college level, this is just simply unacceptable. We don't have to deal, and I mean this very respectfully because I'm a parent myself, but we don't have to deal with angry parents. We don't have to deal with that sort of thing. We're being paid to deliver a product and to help our students that in the case of where I taught, we're paying pretty hefty tuition. But I think it's a tremendous wake-up call for students when they get to the college level. And that's why she had asked me to come in, was to give them a slice of life. This is what you can expect next year. And this is not going to be happening. And so I just wanted to add that additional information. And when I was in the State House, we banned handheld devices. You're welcome. While driving.
Thank you. Right.
Yes, while driving.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry. I was wondering why nobody said anything. I thought I did a really good job. That was bipartisan, folks.
You shocked a few people with that, yes.
Yeah, I apologize, yeah.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much for sticking around. And Deborah House?
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Cordelli. I'm glad to be back in front of the House Education Policy Committee. I am the president of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I want to say that President Gary Hoffman, who spoke on behalf of the Nashua Teachers Union, he is president of our largest affiliate in the state, so I was glad to hear him. We are here in support of this proposed bill. We think banning cell phone use would be a good state law to pass to set parameters for all school districts to adopt local policies. We think it is needed because not all school districts have adopted local policies. They should be clear parameters so that we know what will go into those policies, so we have the needed exceptions for students with disabilities, for those medical issues where they need to have the phone for, the glucose monitor or wherever else they have on the phone. English language learners who are using it to help them, because no one else speaks that language in the school. But the parameters should be there. But we do think it is something that would perhaps embolden maybe some school districts where they have not yet adopted a policy, because cell phones are a distraction in the classroom. You have the whole world right here, and some students can't manage their own desire to see what's going on in the outside world with their friends. It increases their distraction. It fuels their anxiety. It is not good for their well-being. They want to know what their friends are saying right now, or if they've missed out on a comment or something, something a friend has said. It intensifies conflicts between students because someone has said something that they take offense at, or has not liked something that they have posted. And it spirals. It causes so many misunderstandings. Intensifies conflicts between students. It decreases peer engagement and communication because they don't actually talk to each other during the times when they do have social time at school, such as lunch and in the hallways. So it'd be really beneficial for both students and staff because you would have more of their focus when you're teaching. They'd be more available to actually learn the content. So for those reasons, we support you passing this to give all of our school boards the parameters they need to pass good policies on a local level. And we can give our input in our communities for exactly what well-defined exceptions they need and how to best craft the pieces of the policy that are done at the local level. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Does the AFT support bell-to-bell?
I didn't quite hear the
Bell-to-bell?
Bell-to-bell. We feel that that could be the most effective way to do it so that the students are actually socializing with each other, at lunchtime and at passing time. But again, if you want to leave that to a local school district decision, we will be okay with that as well. We understand that, the Nashua school teachers had a different opinion and were more focusing on what's actually in the classroom. We could be happy either way with that. But what we really want is some strong parameters that school boards have to come up with a policy and at least limit it in the classroom and it not be an individual teacher's decision and individual teachers having to enforce it.
Follow-up, yes.
So given that,
Yep.
the part of the language that says the exception to student use when an educator is using devices as part of a lesson plan, is that kind of problematic that probably shouldn't be there? Because now you're going to pit one teacher against another. Some teacher says, oh, yeah, we're going to use it today, but not really, just kind of.
You would have to have a very clearly worded policy that says, the whole school says the phones can only be used when it's part of a lesson plan. So I guess that would mean the lesson, you would have to have the lesson plan in advance, something. It would have to be planned in advance. It would not be just happening, on the spur of the moment, you're all going to have your phones up. But, we all plan in advance anyway, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
I did see Representative Litchfield, sorry.
Oh, Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Just related to what you were just talking about, and the superintendent has mentioned it as well. My concern, and for lack of a better way, some phones, way of putting it, but some people will have phones. Some people, believe it or not, don't have phones. I'm wondering, in your opinion, wouldn't it make sense just to strike that completely for instruct? You know what I mean? On a case by case basis. Let me rephrase that. I'm talking about using it for instructional purposes because most of the schools, they do have some type of a Chromebook or an iPad. It will have filters, for example, to keep out, let's say, pornography, etc. Not all children or kids have a cell phone, or it's not equitable in that sense. I just don't agree with them using their personal devices. So I'm wondering if we just strike it all together, what your opinion is on that.
I actually agree that they should be using a school-provided device.
Yeah.
I do not know if we have sufficiently funded all of our schools so that they are providing one-to-one Chromebooks. So that's more a question on all of you. Have you done that yet? And you've heard me ask this, question before. Those of you who have been here, are we sufficiently funding all of our public schools so that every student in the state is getting the same robust opportunity for a public education? We really do need to be doing that because it's not fair for a student in Colebrook to get a different education than a student in Bedford. They're all our Granite State citizens. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate you being here, and that ends our day today, and since you did a good job, you can have tomorrow off, committee.
Any day off.
1 out of 3.